Okay, I'll call the pre-work session to order. I want to thank everyone for joining us today for our board and education pre-work session. This cadence allows board members to prepare for upcoming meetings through pre-work sessions. They're typically more casual in format and primarily for the purposes of gathering information. No formal votes will be taken. Board member Hans Utz is joining us virtually. We will begin our pre-work with our annual board self-assessment.
You just put it up, everyone has a copy.
Okay, so you,
No,
okay, great. So before you have the governance team self-assessment with the different standards. I will take notes and can enter this into Assembly. I feel so powerful right now. We'll start with Standard A. Governance leadership team is comprised of the local board of education. Superintendent adheres to appropriate roles and responsibilities as defined in the state constitution, state law, local act, and board policy. There are 3 elements there that you can read. Anyone have any feedback in terms of satisfactory, needs improvement, or don't know?
I felt like this was satisfactory.
Any disagreement with that? Hearing none, Standard B is, as a team, we execute our duties as defined in the state constitution, laws, board, policies, accreditation, procedure, ethical standards, which governs our conduct, including with this is following local laws, as well as adopting and committing to other particular laws. Do I have anything here in terms of satisfactory, needs improvement?
That's satisfactory.
I did with the satisfactory as well, with the comment that we have yet to complete the full review of all policies and enact everything, but we are, I think, working on it in a satisfactory way.
I think the other thing for maybe people who happen to be listening online, it's the way that we're governed up here is dictated by GSBA. I think some people had questions about where the role of the superintendent is. Are you a voting member? Are you the secretary? Are you the chair of the board?
I am the superintendent acts as board secretary.
And it's right here.
Yes.
Right.
It's not something that we created.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is truly the Georgia School Board Association governance team self-assessment, and really these standards as well as the elements are identified by GSBA. And so those elements and standards are also in line with all of what is done as far as my oversight and then what is governance team.
All right. Thank you. The third standard is the board acts as a policymaking body separate from the roles and responsibilities authorized to the superintendent. Any thoughts, feedback, or comments?
I think that's satisfactory as well. I think we have been very intentional during this administration about trying to delineate between policies and I think that this current administration has been doing a good job in terms of delineating between policies and administrative regulations. That can get confusing at times.
Mm-hmm.
But since the beginning of the school year, there have been several policies and there's been clarification in terms of what, falls under the board's purview and what falls under the superintendent, and consequently, administrative regulations. So I would say satisfactory.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, and then finally, let's see, we have D. Governance team demonstrates a unified approach to governing the school system to assure effective fulfillment of roles and responsibilities.
Well, gee, it totally depends on what Tracy does.
Well, I was going to say that I really appreciated the 2 days of training I had. I think it was December 16th and 17th. So I'd say it was more than satisfactory. Thank you.
No, that's
Great.
good to
That's
hear.
good to hear.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Okay,
I find
so
this
those are
satisfactory.
all. Moving on to Domain 2, strategic planning. The governance leadership team provides input and adopts the system strategic plan. Feedback on this?
So I had a question here. Sorry. I had a
No,
question
go
on
ahead.
this one. I felt that I feel like it has been improved under this administration. I would have said the previous plan, I feel like we did a lot of approving, but not a whole lot of input into. And now I feel like we're more involved in the actual input. So um, I think over the course of this year, it went from needs improvement in my mind to satisfactory. I'm curious what other board members think on that.
I think it's still kind of in between needs improvement and satisfactory. I think we, at least over the past 2 years, have been heavily focused on implementing a lot of these things, like the strategic plan, a lot of policies that were missing, but then we can't lose sight of the fact that a lot have to come up for re-review. I know that with a lot of policies, they have dates for their set to sunset, and I know that Amanda maybe keeps up with those things, but then, just because something is in existence doesn't mean you can't, aren't supposed to go back and re-review it every wrong. The same thing with the compensation model, and they going back to reviewing that. The strategic plan is great, we present it often, but it's going to come up on an anniversary where we need to do it.
And I would agree. I did appreciate tremendously the board giving me the opportunity to obviously keep in place the 4 strategic accelerators, but the pieces underneath to identify the coherence that's necessary between those different pillars and the various initiatives, as well as obviously the ways in which it would be measured. And so we are, as a staff, committed to reporting on the strategic plan quarterly. So we'll be coming up on another, report to the public and report to you as a board on where we are on the implementation, just so that you know. We do have a cabinet retreat on the 30th, one of those 3. We have a cabinet retreat on that, specifically full day devoted to the strat plan.
I would say satisfactory because, we just approved the strategic plan last school year where we all had a lot of input. We attended all those meetings and participated in that process. And then as we have been given policy, I feel like there has been intentionality around connecting the strategic plan to the policies that we have been approving. I feel like there's always that the strategic plan has been intensely tied to these different, whereas before we didn't have a strategic plan. So yeah.
Okay, let's move on to 3. Board and
Can I ask
community
where
relations.
we landed? Where did we land on that? Is it satisfactory? I mean, I'm fine with it. Where did we land on it?
I put it at satisfactory, hearing the 3, and then I've added Carmen's notes to it that may be in between and need to continue to work on it.
And then B.
B, I'm sorry. Annually and as needed, utilize the adopted strategic planning process. The governance leadership team monitors and reports progress on performance measures.
I think that's satisfactory. I think what would really propel us to greatness would be in utilizing those progress reports, kind of what the next steps or the next action items are. This is where we need to grow, and then these are the next 2 or 3 plans. I think we do that often, but not 100% of the time. But I think we do often report on where we've grown, where we have some areas to improve. Every 4 meetings.
And I will say that the next time we have the report out, it will be in Assembly. So I know you referenced earlier that you are in Assembly as we speak and utilizing that same tool. So the strategic plan will be in Assembly, and we will report out from a dashboard perspective in Assembly. So that is underway, and so I look forward to the board seeing it.
So I'm going to nitpick on this because while that is all great and exactly the direction we need to be going in, and I can't wait till we have it, we don't actually yet have that dashboard, right? And so I'm calling this a needs improvement, right? We don't have a dashboard of metrics that is publicly available that everyone can see, that we can all point to, that says this is what we agree are the metrics that we're measuring ourselves by, and this is what our goals are against each of those metrics. I do fully recognize that's all being put in place, right? And so I don't want to try to set this off, but we actually aren't there yet. And so the strict reading of this, I read it as needs improvement.
And I kind of agree with Hans, even though I'm just here now. So I'd like to see a little bit more of the direction. But thank you.
Well, I think the dashboard is gonna be great and helpful. I'm just trying to see where we would be deficient on the elements that are presented here as it relates to not having the dashboard. I think, like Carmen said, that would really take things to the next level, but I don't know that it falls within any of those 4 elements as a governance leadership team.
I think it's the evidence.
First
is
one.
Kind of what she's saying. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, the performance measures and targets, that sort of thing, reporting performance objectives, performing measures and targets. Those are again, so I'm strictly clear. I do know those are being put in place, so I'm thrilled about it, but they are not there as of me filling this form out right now. And so it's a needs improvement for me.
Okay.
The way you've argued, it's hard to suggest otherwise. I don't think anyone sitting up here would say, no, we're good on having the measures in place. So I'm fine with that. I did put satisfactory for this one. I remember thinking we are doing all of that stuff, and there's some other categories where, like, maybe communicating the data that we have or making it available beforehand. But I've added those notes, and we'll mark it as needs improvement.
I look
Domain
forward to
3.
switching that to satisfactory next time.
Board and community relations. First standard is the governance leadership team develops a process, creating a culture where input is sought, heard, and valued. Feedback.
I like the fact that we're having the community meeting. That's a new way to use that. Am I wrong? Where would we put using it, not just heard? I guess it's that we're aligning our actions to that feedback.
I think valued is an attempt to capture that we value the feedback. It doesn't mean we have to listen to it, doesn't mean that, but we're not ignoring it. We value that. I think that's why that word was chosen there.
Well, I mean, I think.
struggle with it.
Sorry, go ahead, James.
Go ahead. I do struggle with this one. I think that the process of being sought, heard, and valued is a long, long walk, and we continually see it every month where I heard it from a place that's not from my principal, that's not from my teacher, that's not from my school, means that the culture of seeking out feedback is not in place.
I do too. I've read this a couple of times, and sometimes I feel like we're still in the needs improvement category, and maybe we're always gonna be there, because the needs of our community members are so vast, and they're so individualized that, it's hard to create a communication environment, and then a two-way communication environment where they tell us something, and then we respond in a way where they feel heard and they get the response that they want, where we'll always be that way. But then, and if you remember in that great On Their Behalf book where there was that anecdote about the speed bump, where the main issue, I think we understand the main issue, which is that we may not always deliver the exact response or the exact metric in a way that people are looking for, because we have to meet the needs of so many children and so many families at one time. Now, that doesn't mean that we are not hearing, and that doesn't mean that, the feedback is not valued. I think, as somebody who has 4 kids in all different parts of the communities or different schools, communication looks different everywhere you go. And sometimes I think that that's frustrating. As a
Yes.
parent, I can see where that's frustrating. As a leader, on this side of the table, I can see where all of us are trying. It's not from a position of laziness or malice. So, I think that I struggle with this one.
Well,
So
I
you can't make concierge communication. But I too have been frustrated. Either I missed, or I didn't get it, or I didn't see it properly, and I missed something, and I get where people are coming from.
Well, where's the role of the governance team? Feels like that's more on the operations side in terms of our communication, right? We have the board newsletter, we have now the community sessions. I'm just trying to figure out, like, school communication, how would we, the governance team,
I think
impact that?
I think we are still community members, still parents, and it's still our job to relay the needs, desires, and thoughts of the community and speak on their behalf. And then sometimes, like, what we can say, what we shouldn't say, how we communicate those things, I think sometimes that gets tricky, maybe.
Well, one of the things I was going to really talk about once this concluded is the fact that we will have school visits coming up this month. And for those board members that are able to make it to those visits, that's an example, because I've designed a protocol that could be used where you are seeking input from staff, from community, that is going to be student focused, but by that, it's another avenue. So I know under my administration, I did put in place the community meetings, and we're having them seasonally, fall, winter, spring. And then we can also layer in what would be another initiative, meaning the school visits, in addition to the district website redesign that is underway. I think I think another thing to note about the evidence is it's not in totality or singularly. It's the preponderance of the ways in which we are doing it, and it may not be something that's already listed here, but these are examples of the evidence.
And one other question. Sorry, Hans, you go ahead.
No. You go ahead. This lag is killing me. I'll just take the last spot if y'all let me.
I think, Jenny, you were asking something, and maybe that clarification would help me with schools or operations. So where do we put something like the SLT meetings? So those are on our website, but at times, and this is totally anecdotal, it seemed like there wasn't a consistency in time at which those minutes or agendas were posted. So again, I could be wrong, but I'd like to include that maybe as something to look at in terms of district website and or board meeting agendas and minutes. But then to Jana's point, maybe that's in a different wheelhouse.
SLT falls under.
Yeah, so the SOTs, when it came to, the election of the SOTs, that was the first step. And then the training of the SOTs, that was the second step. And now we have full implementation of what they are to do. So I cannot necessarily speak to what was done previously, but what I can speak to is, as of today, I have been in the training, and I know that all of the elections have been held, and with that training, as well as I won't say the accountability for the SOT, but that shared knowledge of what we need to do to keep all of the public informed of what SOTs do, and the fact that I meet with them also monthly. So that's another piece. I could not meet with them and share those types of expectations until they were elected and that season ended.
Because I just want to make sure that I'm sorry, Hans, I'm gonna let you talk. I'm just concerned that I don't want us to confuse in terms of what we have control over, and then what falls under. So I feel like some of the things that are coming up, it might confuse folks. Because we're acknowledging that communication could be more consistent, I think, on the school level. But that doesn't really fall under us.
Right, because this is the board meeting agendas and minutes, and I operate as that secretary. So an example of, as that secretary, we do have a run of show for the way in which we conduct board meetings, the way in which we utilize Robert's Rules of Order as a governance team, the way in which the coordinator assists in that. That's from this seat, this team.
So let me, if I could jump in here, a couple of quick thoughts. One, I think that the standard cannot be that the community members are always going to be happy with us. If that was the case, then I actually think we're in fact doing something wrong. And so I admit that the seen, heard, and then particularly valued part of this comment is a little fudgy, but I don't think that puts us under the burden of ensuring that community members are always happy with what we do. I think that this is a satisfactory, because I agree with Jana that this is really about what we do at a governance level. I think that we are implementing a process where we have these two-way community meetings, right? Where I forget what the term is that we called them, but where we're actually taking questions from community members on particular topics. We're trying to get everything into one place under Assembly. If anything, the one thing that I think is missing off of this is really that clear process, right? I think we're doing a lot of these steps. I would be more comfortable marking it as a strong satisfactory if I knew what all of the steps of that process were. And they may exist. I can't really think of a document that has laid it out. But I think a lot of the detailed talk about communication and some of the other things that we're talking about here actually crops up in the next couple of questions. This one itself is a little bit different. So I agree with Jana on this one.
I'm fine with satisfactory, and we probably need to move through these at a slightly quicker clip for what it's worth. So I've taken some notes there on communication. Anything else that people want to share that maybe we haven't captured in that conversation? Okay, I will do them by kind of domain and policy development next. I'm going to go on those. Does anyone have anything to share in terms of an area where we need to improve that you would like for me to note here?
Can I ask about standard B? Does each school have the school improvement plan posted on its website?
Oh, you're back on communication?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good. No idea.
Standard B.
Yeah.
The board develops policies to ensure effective communication and engagement of all stakeholders, which support the strategic plan, desired culture, and continuous improvements of the school system. So maybe this doesn't fall under standard B, but each school's CSIP or school improvement plan, is that something currently?
It's not something that's required to be on the website. That's not a practice that CSD had in place, and I did not require that of them.
So I'm not sure
what I will say is typically in a Title I school, that's a requirement of the federal government, and in the city schools of Decatur, we do not have any Title I schools. That is why I would more than likely say that's probably why school improvement plans, or even that language is not necessarily typically utilized. And so that is just understanding the culture of CSD.
If we need this, if I'm taking up too much time, James, and it's away from the standard, so do our schools have school improvement plans?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I would
Number 4.
actually, hold on, I'm sorry, James, but I would rather than speed through these and skip over ones where we ought to have clear debate for the community to hear. I would rather us get as far as we can go in the time that we have and then come back to it. Because I think a number of the other things under domain 3 need improvement, and just jumping past them, I think, is unsatisfactory to the community. And so I would prefer us to debate through them, and then when we run out of time, we say we're going to pick it up in our next session.
Well, we are out of time, so we will come. Is everyone okay with coming back to these?
I am.
With 3B?
Yes.
And
I don't have a problem with that.
also, let's set a realistic time next time. This body is deliberative, which is great, but I think 15 minutes is probably not enough.
Great.
Okay.
Hearing no objection to that, we will put it back on the agenda.
We need to have it completed.
It's not supposed to suffice. As long as we're looking at it annually. All right.
All right, so turning it over to Dr. Whitaker.
Yes, so just wanted to speak to the fact that we will have school visits. So elementary school visits will take place on January 24th, and middle and high school visits will take place on January 24th. And staff has provided questions to support your efforts to focus on student outcomes and lead by demonstrating and modeling effective governance practices. So, there you are.
I'm really looking forward to it.
What days are those again?
So the days are, once again, the 24th are for elementary, and we will really, I'll be honest, focus in District 2, as we do have new board member Anderson. So we cannot, in the time allotted, get to all of the elementary schools. So we'll make sure that we have focus on January the 20th, elementary schools on the 24th, and middle and high school on the 26th. I'm sorry, I said that.
Yeah, that's
twice. Yep.
Got you there. Okay.
So it's a Wednesday and Friday, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Yep, Wednesday or Friday.
Okay.
All right. We will resume our book study in February. Board member James Johnson Davis will facilitate part 2, step 3, so monitoring progress. Dr. Whitaker, will you please introduce the new business for discussion for the pre-work session?
Yes, thank you, Chair Herndon. I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to seek your feedback on personnel policy draft.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Tolson, esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Jema Whitaker. On our pre-work agenda. Policies that are presented during pre-work are new business on which we are seeking input. These policies are presented as initial drafts. They are being shared to gather your input and feedback that can be reflected in drafting or revising future versions. Today, we will be seeking input on G policies. This was informed by our policy audit and is aligned to the policy review schedule that was shared in September. These policies align to our strategic accelerator of organizational effectiveness and excellence. The 2 policies for which we are seeking your input today are GBKA, professional personnel layoff, and GARF, employee transfer. I will present each one individually by highlighting its contents and then ask for any input you have. GBKA, professional personnel layoff, is the first policy. The need to create this policy came from the policy audit that was conducted earlier this school year. 4 of the 5 counties we used for benchmarking had policy GBKA in place, and we identified it as a need at that time. This policy addresses professional personnel layoffs or a reduction in force and applies to the staff workforce, including both certificated and non-certificated employees. This policy recognizes the responsibility of operating a system that ensures student success and responsible stewardship of public funds. It explicitly states that any necessary reductions of force shall be done so with regard to the best interests of the school system and with minimal disruption to students.
It acknowledges that CFC will attempt to avoid exercising reduction in force procedures, but that it may be necessary due to circumstances in response to events such as declines in student enrollment, reductions or shortfalls in funding, district-wide reorganization, cancellation of programs, or closing or consolidation of schools. After consultation with legal, we have added verbiage on the procedures for reduction in force to the version previously sent to you. This section just specifies that the superintendent is to prepare a plan for a reduction in force to be presented to the Board of Education. The draft GBKA also includes a section on abolition and reclassification of positions. This also requires the superintendent to prepare a plan for Board of Education approval that includes the reasons for abolishing or reclassifying the positions affected, and the procedures for staff holding affected positions to be selected to other district positions if appropriate. Finally, the policy states that terminations will be handled according to the regular policies and procedures and any applicable laws. An employee if an employee who is terminated due to a reduction in force may apply for future vacancies. The language of policy GBKA was found to be very similar across metro districts, and these similarities from the other metro districts are reflected in this draft. At this time, we would love any board input or feedback that should be considered for revisions to the policy.
May I ask a question, and I think this could fall under regulation instead of the actual policy, but I wondered if we had to reduce the teaching staff, what would be the determination as to who, if there were 2 or more people in that position?
That would come under regulation, not under policy.
Yeah, another question, and I don't know if this is policy. Oh, go ahead, on.
I was going to say, just so that we're clear about this, that this may be unintentional, but I know with us recently talking about non-renewal, we just recently had a conversation about non-renewal. We've had conversations about adjusting teaching schedules. We've had a lot of conversations about things that are to impact teachers in the next over the next year. This policy coming forward at this time obviously is going to certainly raise fears that we are actually considering a RIF, and so I would just like to make sure that we have a clear communication plan in place. I don't believe that is the case, and it just happens to be what's the word? Yeah. It's arbitrary that it's happening to come forward at the same time, but we'll just make sure that fear is going to come up. Just make sure that we can clearly address it.
Yes, so that you know, we do not anticipate any personnel layoffs. We do not anticipate reducing the number of staff. But what I do anticipate is reducing the number of staff we fund locally by maximizing the QBE in order to increase the state-funded teachers. So what that simply means is there would be adjustment to schedule so that we would be able to maximize funding, which is the board adopted parameter for this budget.
Okay. So same staffing levels, it'll just be paid for by the state as opposed to our taxpayers.
That is the goal.
Got it.
That's not in the meat of this policy.
No, I raise it just because there is concern that, you know, when you talk about positions and you talk about changes like this, it is, I just want to make sure that we're in front of assuaging any concern, particularly amongst teachers, but any staff, that this is not coming into place in order to give us the ammunition to do this year. That's not what we're intending to do.
I answered my own question, maybe.
Next up, we have policy GARF, employee transfer. This policy acknowledges that an imbalance of staff may occur for reasons including, but not limited to, loss or gain in student enrollment and budget allotments, restructure or reorganization, and opening or closing of schools. It goes on to allow for a transfer process within the district to assign or reassign staff to existing known vacancies to balance district staff numbers. The superintendent is explicitly authorized to develop a regulation to implement this policy. As we know, such a regulation would describe how the policy would be implemented. At this time, we would love any board input or feedback that should be considered for revisions to the policy.
But when I
I mean-
initially read this one, I was intrigued that there's no timeline for it or when we would have to enforce or anything like that. So like a teacher, could I say I might have to change schools? Would I expect it to?
So the timeline is an example of what would come through regulation, but
Okay.
then even more importantly, it would come through truly the practice.
Yeah.
Because when you are talking about a staffing timeline, there is an internal staffing timeline that it runs parallel to budget.
Okay.
And so it's really based upon season, but then also, once you actually have head count in place, which would be typically 10 days, 20 days into the school year, dependent upon where children are, you may need to transfer staff. And that's, once again, something that would be outlined in the regulation.
This is a new policy for us.
Both of these would be new.
Yeah, I'm with I'm with Jana on this. I'm just gobsmacked that we don't have a policy for this already.
Yeah, we don't. Well, and understand, this is to be underscored with the policy audit that was conducted in the beginning of the year is what identified the policies we did not have in place. And so the timeliness of G policies, i.e. personnel policies coming now, remember we really took a look at a couple of things, what were going to impact student achievement, what was going to be fiscally sound. I'm going off of in the original policy conversation for what month we would bring which policies. It was really based upon what we needed to put in place once we first started versus what we could bring along throughout the course of the year.
I just synthesize this, and I'm sorry if everyone could just be patient since this is my first time, but so one, we're establishing these policies because that's just good practice. But two, we are going to be looking at funding positions differently. Is that correct?
We are looking at how we build the budget so that we can maximize our QBE and our funding.
So at some point, and again, please just tell me that's not the topic for now, and it's confusing people, will we get numbers to see what are we looking at right now in terms of staff that are funded through QBE and staff that aren't?
Yes, we can provide that. And when we get to the point, so the state provides us our fiscal year earnings. And when we receive those earnings, we will be able to go ahead and present that, but that's not necessarily this policy.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Dr. Whitaker?
Yep. So I want to reiterate for the board and then obviously for the community and most importantly for our staff. These personnel policies are timely, but we do not anticipate any personnel layoffs, but we do anticipate reducing the number of staff we fund locally by maximizing the QBE in order to increase our state-funded teachers. As we move through the spring semester, our staffing procedures and their clarity are vital. So accompanying regulations will be drafted and brought next month, inclusive of the transfer timeline. So that will be put before you as far as a board so that you are aware of what that looks like, you know, in its implementation.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Whitaker, staff, for your presentation. We will now move into our work session. Camera, was it? We're done. All right, let's start a work session. Thank you for joining us today. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the first president.
Chair Herndon, I would like to call on multiple members of Executive Cabinet to provide an update on East Block 6. Mrs. Jennifer Burton, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Mr. Eston Melton, Chief of Information Technology, and Mr. Sergio Perez, Chief of Operations.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. I, along with Assistant Superintendent Burton and Chief Operating Officer Perez, are happy to share with you a snapshot of eSPLOST 6. We'll give you an overview of what SPLOST is, where we are in the SPLOST cycle, and discuss how each of our departments uses this valuable taxpayer-approved resource, and we'll be happy to take your questions and receive your feedback. eSPLOST is one of our favorite education acronyms, standing for Education, Special Purpose, Local Options Sales Tax. It's a 1-cent county sales tax approved by the voters for the special purpose of supporting schools, most recently in 2021. CSD receives a proportionate share of the county sales tax receipts. We're halfway through year 2 of the current 5-year SPLOST cycle. SPLOST funds can only be spent on projects that are identified in the voter-approved referendum, and they tend to be higher dollar amount capital projects and acquisitions. Significantly, SPLOST dollars cannot be spent on personnel salaries and benefits. But where we have an opportunity to sustainably fund a project or purchase through SPLOST, we can remove the onus from the general fund, freeing up general fund resources to put towards salaries and benefits, a topic about which you'll get an update from Chief Human Resources Officer Dana Walker in a little while. You've seen this slide before. This is an overview of the current SPLOST budget. Ms. Broom has presented it a few times, and I'll highlight that we anticipate revenues this year of about $7.4 million, expenditures of about $8.4 million, with the difference being made up from a fund balance from last year. Let's geek out about IT for a little while. One of the major changes in the SPLOST 6 referendum was to bring us into parity with other metro districts and identify as a desired SPLOST acquisition the licensing of enterprise-wide online learning and business resources. These tools, even a decade ago, might have been capital physical purchases of textbooks, some of which we still make, or a huge one-time license for enterprise business tools. The market has changed to a subscription-based model, and our SPLOST referendum in turn caught up this last cycle. Consequently, last year, we were able to shift a large portion of the IT budget from general funds to SPLOST. We spend over $1 million on enterprise software as a service, mostly for core online instructional resources. We also use SPLOST for the capital acquisition of staff and students' computers. SPLOST 5 was the first time the CSD IT department had access to SPLOST funds, and thank goodness. CSD was fully equipped when we entered the pandemic to provide every single child who needed one with a computer for virtual learning with virtually no wait time. Some of you will also recall a couple of years ago that coming back from the pandemic, SPLOST, along with the board's approval, allowed us to re-envision the middle and high school one-to-one programs and allow every student to take their CS device home with them, because increasingly that device is how they access their learning, which at those ages seldom ends at the end of the school day. Our students without technology at home would have been at a precipitous post-pandemic disadvantage, and SPLOST 5 allowed us to close that gap. We'll be able to maintain those programs through SPLOST 6. Indeed, our elementary device fleet is due for a refresh this summer, in keeping with our equipment lifecycle plan. We also use SPLOST to maintain copiers, because we still sometimes need a piece of the analog, even in a digital world. And I'm looking at my fellow English teacher over here, because you know the benefit, right? Okay. SPLOST also enabled us to deploy, and through SPLOST 6, maintain a single district-wide telephone system. We consolidated from 4.5 voice systems just 5 or 6 years ago into a single service and put a telephone in every classroom for our teachers lowering a barrier for staff to maintain those human-to-human, voice-to-voice relationships with our families, which is a critical piece of maintaining that supportive environment for our students. And our last big SPLOST item is maintaining our network infrastructure. You all will recall from October, our network infrastructure is a critical component of our cybersecurity, defense, and depth, and it provides the backbone for all those computers and copiers and telephones to actually work. That said, I would be remiss if I didn't highlight some SPLOST challenges. As you've heard before, SPLOST receipts have been lower than anticipated, directly impacting the availability of those funds. We have deferred some acquisitions because of the lack of income, the lack of spending locally in DeKalb County. I want to highlight some active camera replacements at the secondary schools, and we're deferring for a year our staff laptop. However, the lack has also been a driver for us to evaluate where we can reduce services without reducing student outcomes. For example, we are due for a refresh of that copier lease this year. The existing copier volume and deployment is from before the pandemic, before we opened Tally, before we did the grade reconfiguration. Between those two factors and having saturated our environment with other technologies largely provided through SPLOST, and even recognizing our community's values around environmental stewardship, we're looking for opportunities to cut back on the copier and paper spend. But nevertheless, you should know, if you hadn't already, that the reduction in SPLOST income is affecting all of us, not just bound by our particular county lines. With that, I'll pass it over to you.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Sultan, Superintendent Dr. Jima Whitaker, and esteemed board members. Our SPLOST funds allocated to instruction are mainly spent on textbooks, ensuring all students have necessary resources needed to be successful in their coursework. And textbooks include digital versions as well. We also allocate funds for band and orchestra equipment. So far this year, we've spent $221,000 on textbooks, and this includes math workbooks that align with our new Georgia math standards, digital resources for our AP courses, and K-5 ELA resources. We will spend an additional $65,000 to $75,000 on decodable text for our K-2 classrooms to ensure that our students and teachers have resources to support our youngest students that are learning to read. We've spent all of our funds allocated to band equipment on our orchestra equipment was needed to expand the orchestra program at DHS this year. So we will have about $100,000 remaining that was initially allocated for textbooks. We didn't use all of that money because we knew we were moving away from art. And so we'll be moving those funds towards next year's SPLOST budget to help offset the increase that will be necessary for the ELA K-8 textbook adoption. Over to Sergio.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Herndon, Board Vice Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed members of the board, and Dr. Jima Whitaker. In this slide, we have a few of the projects successful finished in 2023, achieving the 85% of the district groups, expanding solar arrays and electrical vehicle charging stations, renovating Tally Elementary backfield, and completing the first phase of the kitchen replacement and some more. The Board of Education approved the proposal for amend the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Decatur and City Schools of Decatur to increase the financial commitment for the development of the Legacy Park track and field. The construction project will feature a concession stand with the storage, upgrades to the current gym, for ADA accessibility and renovation to restaurants to ensure gender neutral access. The design plan encompasses 8-line track and synthetic turf field, We are expecting the completion for the late fall of 2024. Under the pillar of organizational effectiveness and excellency, we are collaborating with designers and architects to assess the design, budget, and materials for restaurant modernization and renovation. City Schools of Decatur will renovate and modify existing restaurants with the aim to enhancing inclusivity and universal accessible opportunity. We are looking for the replacement of some of the wooden playground structures. While they're still functional today, they have extended their life cycle. The principals are providing feedback on material, design, and accessibility for the new structures. CDSD, City Schools Decatur manage a total of 13 elevators and 4 wheelchair lifts across 9 locations. Due to the life cycle requirement, existing conditions, and issues with equipment, discontinuation of support parts for manufacturing in some cases may require complete replacement. As a recommendation response, we initiated the installation of chairlift in elevators in 2 locations to ensure continuous accessibility. Our goal and concerns revolve around safety, ADA accessibility, and convenience. We are collaborating with manufacturing and mechanical engineers to establish a budget and timeline for the complete replacement of 25 rooftop units across systems, across the ECLC. Furthermore, we are involved in a broader effort to prioritize air conditioning ventilation units replacement district-wide and multiple locations. City Schools of Decatur has been honored to receive for his sustainability initiative supported by the +6 funds, the Energy Matter Award from the Georgia Public Service Commission and the Energy Class Prize for the U.S. Department of Energy. Our commitment to sustainability includes the expansion of solar arrays and the installation of solar reflective roofs. Moving forward, we are dedicated to implement a sustainable long-range operations plan aligning with our strategic vision. Through this plan, the district aims to reduce its environmental footprint while also creating educational opportunity for students to engage in social responsibility and adopt sustainable practices.
What roofs are we looking at there?
This is Beacon Hill.
All of them.
And I think it's Glenwood. The solar panels that you see in the picture are Tally and Beacon Hill.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Two. One, copiers are the bane of my existence, so I realize my question may be born from are the copiers we're getting or the ones that we do have, are they for like individual teachers, departments, a school? I guess the experience I've had is, and colleagues, copiers that aren't meant for multiple people to be using, so they're always like breaking.
To share the frustration with copiers. We provision copiers with, there are a couple of building, some of it is staff size, and there's a lot of right sizing that goes into it. They're all intended to be multiple user devices. There are, at an elementary level, 2 to 3. At our bigger schools, they have more, but they're all meant to be used by the faculty, yes. And they're not meant, we're not taking single-purpose home desktop printers and saying, entire department, use this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, perfect. And then I ask one question about the math workbook. Are these, like, does every math student have a workbook, or is there a certain number that are for use? Or?
So, math workbooks were created from the Georgia Learning Plan. So CSD adopted the DOE Math Learning Plan, and we worked with a printing shop to create workbooks for schools and specific age ranges that felt like this was really needed and important. for their coursework.
This may be a Lonita question, and maybe you're going to get to this later, but this has come up before where schools is kind of underperforming. I think maybe some of it is, I think you mentioned, because people are shopping online as opposed to shopping in brick and mortar stores. Do you have some comparison as to what our 24 SPLOST revenue looks like compared to where it was? And are you projecting that over time it's going to just keep kind of slowly declining? Because it looks like the difference is coming out of the fund balance.
Yeah, so mid-year, like in this mid-year adjustment or mid-year amendment that was submitted in December, I reduced blocks. So I'm just watching it because, it's kind of hard to project because you don't know how people are going to shop. But halfway through the year, if I see that revenue receipts are coming in lower, then I'll come back to you all to reduce the revenue.
So looking at kind of the trends over time, is it, like a percentage down each year? Like you feel like every year it's just kind of falling year over year, 10%, or kind of, is that what you're?
Well, SPLOST 6 started last year was the first year. The SPLOST 5, that came in fine. So, yeah.
I'm going to stop for one moment. Our virtual board member moved devices, and so the new device needs to be, which is a 415, needs to be set as a panelist so that his questions aren't coming in on a different device versus this one. He just said, I have a question.
And so, Lonita, then that being said, because some of these are ongoing projects that are at significant cost. So if we're looking like, kind of mid-year, it's starting to not go where your performance, we would have to hold those fund balance eventually. Is that what you're thinking?
Correct. In worst case scenario, we will pull it from general fund.
I know Hans, the board member, does have a question, so we'll just pause momentarily as we,
The field behind Tally is beautiful, Sergio. Thank you to you and your team for doing it. I've been to 2 parent events there, and it was a topic of conversation how nice it is.
Yeah, it was challenging to make sure the training was acting correctly.
Yeah.
But I think come out the way the design was created.
So am I off mute now?
You are.
So my question was around how we ensure that we're reviewing all expenditures for qualification for SPLOST. So for example, one of the security systems that we spoke about earlier, that apparently qualifies for SPLOST and gets moved out of the general fund. What is our process for ensuring that is done for every one of these expenditures to the absolute minimum number of things hit the general fund versus go into SPLOST?
yes, that is a great question, and it's one that is extremely timely with everything that is happening with our audit. Sergio is going to come and respond.
So normally it has to be whatever is the language in the referendum. If it's qualified for the expenditure, then we can add it to there. Otherwise, we have to strictly with what was approved by the referendum.
So before we determine where it would be placed, if it's in, I would say, one of the 3 divisions in front of me, which would be teaching and learning, operations, or and not instructional technology, but information technology, I would question that.
I think we're good.
Okay. So, Chairman, then I would say what excites me about the literacy for all is truly for all. So our strategic partnerships around DHA and VEF, and even what we could do around literacy and how that is tied once again to how we can pay for books. It's awesome. So thank you so much, Mrs. Burton, Mr. Perez, and Mr. Melton.
Next presentation.
Yes, and so Mr. Melton comes back, and he's going to provide the principles of AI.
If you thought we geeked out on copiers, really get a little. So, hello again. It is a complete delight to share with you what direction technology and instructional staff are moving in with regard to artificial intelligence, and specifically generative artificial intelligence. AI has been in and out of the headlines for about a year and has very much made its way into the education space. I'll share with you a bit about what AI is, how we see it intersecting with education in Decatur, and the direction we plan to move in with generative AI. Your feedback and questions, particularly so that you feel equipped to discuss CSD and AI with constituents. So first, a lesson. I apologize for the direct instruction. Artificial intelligence is a decades-old mathematics and systems engineering discipline, focusing on developing systems that can perform tasks typically requiring human-like intelligence, like learning, reasoning, problem-solving, and decision-making. It encompasses numerous subfields and products, including machine learning. Machine learning algorithms analyze data, identify patterns, and make predictions without being explicitly programmed. It's like giving AI the brain power to figure things out on its own. Deep learning uses neural networks that emulate the type of connectivity, parallel thinking, and reiteration provided by the structures of the human brain. And generative AI is a type of machine learning that specializes in the art of creation, going beyond just analysis to create new content based on data fed to it by large language models or vast visual libraries. And the most powerful generative AI models use deep learning. AI is already part of our lives. The fingerprint unlock on a smartphone replicated the human-like thinking that cops with ink and a magnifying glass did generations ago. And more profoundly, the face unlock feature replicates our own ability to recognize human face. A virtual assistant like Siri or Alexa are all examples of AI, and they're not new. What has been really groundbreaking in the last year has been the arrival of generative AI in the hands of consumers, letting someone with no technical skills very easily access a tool to create totally new written, visual, sound content. For example, I went to Google Bard and asked for a short description of our school district. And you can see on the screen in just a moment how quickly the search created a snapshot. I typed in, write a brief description of city schools of Decatur. Thinking. Content is pulled from information on the web, but much of the specific word choice, order, and presentation is entirely novel. And interestingly, pretty correct. Although I will point out at the footnote at the very bottom says, quote, Bard may display inaccurate info, including about people, so double check its responses. Still, you'll be shocked, I'm sure, to learn that your district computer guy is a real science fiction nerd. And generative AI is the closest I've seen to decades-old depictions of conversations with computers like C3PO and HAL 9000. The generative AI is still immature, as are the systems in place to guide its use of best practices. And specifically in education, generative AI brings up some real fears and uncertainties for the classroom. One is the obvious concern of academic malpractice and students passing on as artifacts of their own learning content that was really created by a machine. Another uncertainty is how to balance the human components of our work to provide feedback to students and employees versus what the machine says, right? There are concerns, significant ones, about bias in the underlying data that provides background knowledge for machine learning tools. The Academy and industry have published multiple scholarly works on how some data sets are highly problematic. And there have been prominent examples of AI models that use, for example, the service formerly known as Twitter as the basis for a language model, yielding an entirely predictable dumpster fire of an AI chat product. And the fourth concern, particularly when it comes to students, is data control and privacy. There is opacity to the extent to which some AI models use the prompts fed to them to develop the AI model itself, monetizing our sensitive information about students. We have some reasons to be cautious, but we also have compelling reasons to be excited. One opportunity around AI is to offer up new, more improved forms of interaction. Familiar input capabilities such as typing and clicking and dragging and touching where gesturing can be reliably augmented with speaking and drawing. Familiar computer output, like text and graphics, can expand into instructive conversations, meaningful content annotation, and relevant suggestions and recommendations. And this dovetails with another exciting opportunity when it comes to adaptivity learning. AI tools could expand how students are able to show what they know and help educators scaffold to meet students' needs. AI-enhanced learning tools can also respond in the moment to students' demonstrated learning to support teaching, enforcement, and extension. AI's strength in identifying trends and patterns has a lot of potential to help us sift through data and find trends or influences in student outcomes that might otherwise be difficult to discern. And tying this all back to student success in all areas, why we're here. Generative AI has potential to return time to educators by creating compelling first draft lesson plans, learning activities, and other tier 1 instruments. And this can, in turn, return time to teachers to invest in developing and facilitating tier 2 and tier 3 interventions with students. And AI tools have the potential to provide meaningful feedback and guidance during tier 1 instruction, allowing teachers to invest in the more personalized learning of tier 2. So, how is Decatur looking at pursuing and bringing in AI? We've collaborated with peers in several other districts because we're all in the same boat, share ideas and draft language. We've also taken advantage of expertise in our community. You'll find one of the AI experts we've spoken with about this quoted in Time's special issue on AI. And here are some of CSD's proposed principles when it comes to artificial intelligence. First is maintaining human centricity around AI, and specifically remembering the clarion call for all students. AI tools, just like any other tool at our disposal, is in service to student outcomes and not just the novelty of AI itself. This also includes education about AI and must include the tools to empower students and staff to critically examine both AI models and the human assumptions and values in their development and use. And it also means ensuring our curriculum is preparing students to develop and enhance the AI tools that will increasingly be part of their lives. Second, our procurement and evaluation of AI models must be deliberate in ensuring that such models are compatible with our vision and appropriate in a K-12 setting. Most AI tools that capture a lot of media attention these days are not meant for young people. Many of their terms of service say, do not try to log in if you are younger than 18, because they're covering their own exposure. Vendors must meet our already stringent procurement requirements when it comes to protecting student data. We want generative AI tools that are transparent in how they derive content for that content, whether it's an essay score, for example, or an evaluation summary to be easily overridable by a human operator. We want to adopt AI tools that provide opportunities to improve our practice, perhaps to amend classroom assessment practices to minimize the risk of academic malpractice. And when we want to approach this rapidly evolving field of AI with an eye toward continuous improvement and reiteration, because the landscape is changing on almost daily basis. What have we already done? We've collaborated with staff, peer districts, and community experts to draft CSD's AI principles, which you all have been sent copies of a couple of times, and an implementation regulation for staff. We've amended our technology procurement guidelines to interrogate specifically vendors' use of. In December, we turned on a machine learning powered module to evaluate its ability to identify students at risk of not graduating on time. And we've supported some staff, particularly computer science instructors, in bringing some AI tools into the classroom to support students. And we have a group of instructors, leaders, and operations staff using the BARD generative AI tool, which we have enterprise access to through our collaborations. What next? Pending board input this afternoon, if you have any to share, we want to officially adopt those AI principles and work with our communications team to socialize them with staff, students, and other stakeholders. And with that would come notification of the supporting admin array and an opportunity to expand our early adopter group for the BARD generative AI tool. Technology and curriculum leaders will also continue to identify how to enhance our CTAE and math offerings to boost our students' readiness to create AI. such as media specialists and instructional technology coaches, to increase students' readiness to be consumers and interrogators of AI. Lastly, we'll establish an AI advisory team of community stakeholders and subject matter experts to periodically advise on today's state of the industry and identify opportunities for us to reiterate and improve our progress. I would love to have your questions, your feedback, your...
Okay, thank you. I'm actually reading Do You Remember Being Born, where it's a work of fiction, and a 75-year-old poet is commissioned to write a poem using AI. And I love that we're doing this, so thank you. I guess I'm all over the place. I'm old enough to remember when the state of Georgia required teachers to have to get technology approved, for lack of a better word. Like, we literally had to do like a test. And I remember in the New York Times, was it last year, you know, can you determine, was this a third grader, was this a high school student, was this AI generated? And, you know, I think I'm hearing one AI used more, like a friend said in her business, as like an intern, right? A data collector. That sounds great. But when I'm thinking of students, so I love that we have a position statement. It's awesome. You know, I'm thinking of the article I read, it was Maureen Downey, the education reporter for the AJC. What's her goal for this year? That schools or school districts ban cell phones, right? According to the research she's read, statements from a school, a teacher's policy may not be as effective. AI is not a cell phone. So I love that we're looking at kind of the student proficiency, but I wonder what that's actually going to look like. I love that we're getting a copier, because obviously when students are using paper, there is no AI method. But I guess, maybe I'm throwing out the kitchen sink here. I hope that we're just as intentional with how we implement this as we've been and how we've looked at it. And thank you.
I have one question, and I think the point is I think has to be absorbed that AI is moving, is the genie's already out of the bottle. You know what I mean? You can't put it back in. Either we can, you know, learn how to work with it, or just kind of watch it. And I've even seen it in a couple of places at work, and I was like, oh, that's wild. Like interpreters, and you know, for basically Google Translate. So, and I was like, that's not a person, that's an AI voice. But I think my one question for you might be, in using this to Tracy's point, for talking about grading papers, is trying to discern, is it a kindergartner versus a high school student, or when students are reaching out into the web for resources, how do we combat the bias point? Because, you know, if some of these resources are being pulled from a non-human source, you know, the first layer of protection we have are well-trained teachers. Who can say that's not what that means, that's not the point that's trying to get across. You know, what did you think when you read that? And within, you know, artificial intelligence point of view, that human interaction is lost, and a lot of these vehicles are overwhelmingly created by, you know, have the angle of white male perspective.
Absolutely.
Especially, and then if you're not a typical learner, if you are not an primary English speaker, you know, what would we do to make sure that when we put this out there for all of our students to consume, that all of those students are able to participate from the start?
It's even narrower, Dr. Sultan, than that. It's white, male, cisgender, heterosexual, neurotypical, me. And so I think one of the things that we need to be thoughtful about comes back to what we've already tried to implement, and that is deliberately interrogating our third-party vendors on, you must be transparent. One of the things I think we can anticipate seeing the marketplace develop in response to AI, and an area where we can leverage an AI advisory team, are who rises to the top in terms of third-party arbitration. That's not the right word, but third-party assessment over what are the AI models where they pass a rubric for inclusiveness of the global majority, for example. Marketplace isn't out there yet, even when you think about the broad industry of AI. to say nothing of the particular needs in a K-12 environment. That's an area where we need to grow. I think another piece of it is honing in very tightly with our staff and employees, or really with our early adopters around AI of, so to speak, you need to order off the menu in terms of what online learning tools that our staff are using to generate content that goes in front of students or generate content that goes in front of fellow employees. That was deliberate and twice evoked in the model of using generative AI to support staff evaluations, right? Because it's not just kids. It is our colleagues in our reports who might potentially be touched by something that a machine creates. And so, you know, I described the criticality of us and our responsibility to students to make them critical consumers of AI. The same is true of building our own staff's capacity around identifying AI. And going back, Ms. Anderson, to a question, or the comment you made a moment ago, one of the things I want to follow up on is, I think the Georgia Department of Education might have published a short course certification around AI, like in the, I forget, I'm blanking on the name of the LDS. But that type of even micro-credentialing around AI is probably something that would behoove us to take a look into before we look at the broader adoption, particularly for a tool that is so novel in space. But it's not an answer, but it's a bit of a response to like just some really thoughtful questions about what we're doing. I appreciate you.
Even if you look on Google and you Google up, you know, what is a parent, maybe middle-aged white woman, you know, that's just kind of how Google platforms are. Or if you Google up, what is a doctor, it's going to be a male surgeon, you know. So I think some of the flavor of how the internet, you know, puts those stereotypes into the minds of children and how we would have to be very aware of that.
And so I think part of that too, like just stepping it back from the notion of generative AI, you just said some of those is complete misconceptions are just out there on the internet. Kids are out there on the internet, outside of the space of generative AI. And I've talked about building capacity in students to be interrogators of AI, but that also falls within the broader umbrella of our charge to make our students informed consumers of news and media in general, regardless, even if it's in print. Yeah, I'm looking at my fellow ELA teacher, right? Asking those critical questions of the text in front of you. And giving our students the knowledge base to know what questions should I ask and how to validate the assumptions or the assertions that they're looking at, whether it's on a computer screen or a piece of paper.
One other question, and I think, or maybe it's a comment. So in terms of just technology in general, like if AI is falling under technology as well as teaching and learning, similar to the possibility of a course that Georgia DOE is offering for teachers, would there be a baseline for students in addition to what we're teaching? And I think I may be moving farther afield, but back to these assumptions, you know, I'm in the classroom yesterday with some students after school, and they can't figure out the Promethean board, and we're joking because I said, you know, there's this assumption that you're all kind of tech savvy, and so I'm wondering, while we're building in AI, are we also looking at what our students actually know how to do, besides just a student who chooses to do the CTA pathway or the student who has one connection in middle school?
Sure, I think the notion of the obligation that we have to make students responsible and informed consumers of the world around them, it's not content area specific, right? And I invoke the image of the media specialists. Our media specialists, particularly at the youngest age where these impressions get made and are hard to unmake, thank goodness our media specialists see every one of our kids. And that, I think, and I don't want to put it all on their shoulders, but as not just literacy leaders, but also particularly at the elementary technology leaders, and we've been talking about this with the media specialists for about a year now. Like there's some passion and some capacity around at the schoolhouse level, them being among the drivers of boosting our kids' readiness to know what it is they're looking at. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reggie?
Give Hans a moment.
I think he's okay.
He's all right? Okay. Thanks all for the time. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, and thank you so much for that feedback.
Greg Whitaker, do we have another presentation?
Yes, Chair Herndon. Summer is just around the corner. So I would like to call on Mrs. Jennifer Burton, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and Mrs. Frances Holt, Chief of State and Federal Programs, to provide an overview of our summer programming.
All right. Good afternoon. I have the pleasure of presenting our 2024 summer programming offering. This summer, we will offer 15 days of intensive ELA and math instruction for students in grades 3 through 8, an algebra prep course for students taking enhanced algebra or algebra concepts and connections, and credit recovery for high school students through Georgia Virtual. In grades 3 through 8, students will be invited to summer school if they meet any of the following criteria: have 1s or 2s on their report card in math or ELA, score below the 50th percentile or at least one grade level below on the December or May math assessment, score beginning learner on the Georgia Milestone Assessment. We have a really unique opportunity for any student that is taking the 8th grade enhanced algebra course or algebra concepts and connections. Those students will be invited to participate in the Algebra Prep course that has been created in partnership with the National Summer School Institute. High school students that earned a grade of 1 or 2 in a core course and had fewer than 20 absences will be invited to credit recovery through Georgia Virtual. For grades 3 through 8, the math standards and lessons provided will foster a deeper understanding of grade level content. These lessons will assist in filling gaps and previewing for the next grade level with a focus on problem solving. These lessons will provide number sense and will be taught using manipulatives. Each day will start with a number talk, followed by either a mini lesson, a formative assessment to guide small group instruction, and a rich mathematical task for students to practice. In grades 3 through 5, ELA instruction will focus on phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. In grades 6 through 8, daily instruction will include word work, focusing primarily on reading comprehension and writing. The Algebra Prep course is available to all rising 8th graders who registered for the Enhanced Algebra course and rising 9th graders going into that Algebra Concepts and Connections. Remember, Algebra Concepts and Connections is what we all know as Algebra 1. This will prepare the students for these rigorous courses ahead of time so they have a strong foundation in algebra skills. Students in this prep class will not participate in ELA coursework and will spend 3 hours the entire time that they're in summer school focusing on algebra skills. Teachers teaching this course will receive weekly professional development from the National Summer School Institute. The credit recovery dates are a little different than traditional summer school. High school students participating in credit recovery will have from June 3rd to July 12th to complete coursework through Georgia Virtual. There will be a computer lab set up at the middle school where students can complete work along with receiving additional assistance. Staff members will be doing weekly check-ins with our students participating in credit recovery. Initial and recovered grades are reported on the transcript. Students will be enrolled in any courses required for graduation that they are not able to recover during the summer. Students that would like to take courses for initial credit through Georgia Virtual can do so for a fee. However, we will offer needs-based financial support for students who would like to take courses for initial credit, but are unable to pay. Summer school information is being communicated this month through school newsletters. In February, families will receive individual invitations to summer school if their student meets any of the qualifying criteria, along with an informational video explaining summer school content and logistics. Summer school registration begins in April, and the summer school family meeting will be held in May. Summer school is from May 29th, June 18th at Beacon Hill Middle School for grades 3 through 12. Students will report from 8:30 to 11:30, that's 3 hours, and a snack will be provided. We're working on with transportation to provide a truncated bus route. Teachers will have one pre-planning day before summer school starts, along with planning time daily. Mondays will be longer for teachers to allow for 1 hour of planning and training time, and Fridays will be shorter. We're looking forward to offering intensive opportunities so all students find success next school year. And next up, Francis Holt, our Chief of State and Federal Programs, will share updates on extended school year.
Yeah, don't go. You want to take, you can ask your question. Well, let Mrs. Holt go next because it'll go together, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Edson.
Extended school year.
Now you understand the gift of the show. Well, you know what? Ask the question while we shift to yes, unless it's.
It probably will be covered in, the post, presentation, but I was wondering about students with IEP.
That's exactly what her presentation is.
Summer school.
That's her presentation.
Okay, then I do have one other question.
There we go.
The C is just for initial credit, not for credit recovery.
That's right.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
all right.
Can I ask just two questions? In terms of the Georgia virtual option, am I correct that there's the credit recovery for the students who need that credit, but then other students who may just more free up their schedule? Okay. And then the algebra prep, all of these things besides Georgia virtual will be only face-to-face. There's no virtual option.
That is correct.
Okay. And then last question, I'm not sure this is actually for you, so I'm sorry if I'm wrong. Have we identified the teachers, or is that in the process of finding them?
In the process.
Thank you.
Can you clarify the qualifications? So it says 1s and 2s on a report card, so is that just, they have to have 1s and 2s for both semesters, or just one? It says below the 50 below, is that multiple, or is that just?
It is a wide net. So we are casting a wide net. So if you receive a 1 or 2 on your report card, an ELA or math, you will be invited. No one is required, but we want to offer additional support to any student that at any point this school year showed that they needed additional support.
So if I got a 2 in math in the fall, but then I got a 4 the next semester, I would still qualify?
You would, and because, you know, in this, the way that we're doing summer school is that we are really trying to fill gaps for next school year. So I might be concerned that first semester, you may have some gaps in numbers and operations. Let's try to fill those gaps. But again, not required, but an offering.
And for the credit, that's for the high school?
That's right.
Okay, and that's only if they want to take a class to boost, not if they need credit recovery. Is that what you were explaining?
So they can credit recover in 9th through, for high school, 9th through 12th grade, if they need to, if they didn't pass a class, a core class, we're gonna offer credit recovery for those students, like, hey, let's get caught up this summer and try to pass that class. Some students want to accelerate and take classes for an initial credit, the first time they've ever taken it, to get it out of the way. Or maybe they wanna, get to that next math class, so they're gonna, do some of these other classes for initial credit. For those, we aren't going to pay for that. That's
where the fee comes.
That's right, that's a fee. However, if there are some students that want to accelerate, but they cannot pay for that, we have funds that we're gonna make sure that all students that do wanna accelerate, that fee would be covered, but that is needs-based.
Gotcha, thank you.
Oh, sorry, you go ahead, I'm sorry. So I know you said that it would not be mandatory. I just want to clarify that there would not be opportunity for promotion to be linked to attendance in summer school.
That is correct.
And then I think now, Carson, that you were asking questions, in terms of the eighth grade students, those would not be the eighth graders signing up for an honors math class. Those would be the eighth graders preparing for the algebra class at high school.
For the algebra prep class? Or-
Yeah, it says eighth grade students taking algebra concepts and connections in ninth grade. So that wouldn't be eligible for honors math, just math.
Any student
Yeah.
going into an algebra course, so that's a great question. Any algebra concepts and connections class, or if you're taking that enhanced eighth grade, that combo class of eighth grade math plus algebra 1, yes, we encourage you. It's a great opportunity to get this extra foundation to make sure you're successful. So yes, thank you for that question.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Herman, Vice Chair Sultan, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Dean Lewis. I am here to share with you information about extended school year services, ESY, and its connection to summer programming and the student success in all areas, and building and sustaining an engaging and inclusive culture, strategic accelerators. ESY, under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, are special education and related services provided to students with disabilities beyond those provided during the regular school year. In some cases, interruptions to the school year schedule, such as summer breaks, weekends, holidays, may result in some students with disabilities losing basic skills and taking a long time to recoup those once the school begins again. ESY services are provided during school breaks, and it's intended to prevent that loss. ESY must be considered each year for every student with a disability at their IEP meeting. This is not just for students in certain categories of disabilities or for those with the most severe disabilities. Extended school year services are not daycare or respite services. They are not summer recreation programs or enrichment programs, even if those activities provide some educational benefit. ESY services are provided in order to ensure that eligible students receive a free, appropriate public education for free. Therefore, there is no cost to the parent. Every student with a disability who qualifies for special education has an IEP. IEP describes the program and services necessary for FAPE. This plan is written at a meeting of the IEP team. Teams are made up of the student's parents, teachers, and other educational professionals. One of the sections that is completed annually requires the team to discuss and decide whether or not the student requires ESY as part of their educational program. If so, together, the team determines what the services will be, when and where, how often or the frequency of services, how long, and how long those services will be provided.
Generally, only a portion of the regular school year services are necessary. When considering ESY and whether a student qualifies for it, the IEP team must engage in a multi-factor consideration process. This process makes the decision equitable. The final decision is based on multiple pieces of data. It is not decided by one person or granted solely upon request. Some of this data that is reviewed measures the student's achievement before and after the break from school. The team can also gather information from the teachers and parents' observations of the student's behaviors and skills before and after break. Can also be considered. Again, there is not one sole decision. When making these considerations, teams consider the following questions. Will the student regress or revert to a lower level of functioning in skills or behaviors as a result of the interruption? Will the student take a long time to recoup or recover the skills or behavior patterns that were lost during the break? Will a pattern of difficulties with regression and recoupment make it unlikely that the student will maintain the skills and behaviors relevant to their IEP goals and objectives? Will a break in services substantially reduce the student's chances of ever learning a critical life skill or behavior related to their IEP? Is the student at a critical stage of mastering a life related to their IEP goals of self-sufficiency and independence from caregivers? And does the student have a severe disability or multiple disabilities? No student with an IEP automatically qualifies for ESY. It is an annual consideration. The IEP team determines the ESY model. Models can include an instructional packet, small group tutorials, or small group classes. The school district determines the location for the services. ESY is always provided in the least restrictive, or LRE, least restrictive environment that is appropriate for the student. This means that the student with a disability should be placed in situations that allows opportunities to engage. However, CSD is not required to assemble non-disabled peers just to make ESY less restrictive. ESY decisions are made at the annual review meeting, and decisions about ESY in CSD are typically made by March 31st of the school year. Although there are a few students who may qualify for ESY during shorter breaks embedded within the school year, IEP goal data for the majority of students indicates that the longer summer break is the break during which most students require extended IEP services. For this reason, the Special Education Department has for years provided ESY programming over the summer. In recent years, we have increased our collaboration with the Teaching and Learning Department to ensure that the coordination of all summer programming is effective and maximizes logistical efficiency. In the summer of 2024, this summer, our ESY program will run for approximately 3 weeks during the month of June. And on this slide, you can see more details about the specifics. One difference you may notice is between the number of days per week that the students are projected to receive ESY versus the summer school student program. Additionally, ESY teachers will have a slightly different hours on Mondays and the learning that has already been covered by this person. I know what you're thinking. What if a student with an IEP for ESY, can they still participate in regular summer school programming? Yes. If a student has been invited to attend a regular education summer school program, they may. For these students, reasonable accommodations are made, just like for students with Section 504 plans. However, IEP services would not mirror the services during the school year. In the case that an IEP team determines that summer school is required, then the IEP team would determine appropriate services. ESD summer school programming is optional for all students. Therefore, this is not a scenario that we typically encounter. We also receive questions about whether a student can participate in both summer school, regular summer school, and ESY. The answer is, it depends, but generally yes. Students who qualify for ESY and receive tutorial services may be able to receive their tutorial services and resume the summer program already in progress. However, we would not reschedule ESY just so that they can participate in both without overlap. In conclusion, thank you for this opportunity to share this information. Do you have any questions for me?
That was my question. If, you know, because I know, well, when I taught special ed, most times my students did not qualify for extended school year, and so I think summer school is a great opportunity for those students. But I was concerned about, my question was about their accommodations, and things like that. So they may not receive the accommodations that are in their IEP.
We do work very hard to give them as many of their accommodations as possible, and if they have an assistive technology device, they're certainly welcome to bring that and use that as well. The services that would not mirror would be things like co-teaching or even small groups, because the summer school program is already in a small group. So, you know, those are the things that we would not offer during the ESY setting, unless we were to determine in some rare case that summer school is required for that student, but we typically do not do that. We work through the IEP process for their promotion.
Okay. But special ed have the opportunity to work summer school?
Yes, so we do ask for teachers to volunteer. Here in the next couple of weeks, we'll be starting that process along with our summer program. And of course, they do get paid for their time, but if they're not selected to work extended school year, we usually don't need that many teachers. They certainly can apply, and if they're selected to work the summer program, they can.
And then my only other comment was, I don't know that there has been summer school since I've been in the district, but I'm concerned about high school students' willingness to attend summer school at the middle school. I'm concerned about.
You mean as far as location is concerned? Well, one of the things that's key for readiness for the beginning of the year is that we really try to limit the use of facilities so that we can get the facilities ready. So, as a former summer school coordinator of sorts, I have to allow the operations team, especially at the high school, to do the work that they do. And then it becomes an all hands on deck to get, as far as the staff is concerned, to get the middle school now ready for to receive students. So,
Yeah.
but I do understand the apprehension, because what do you mean I have to go back there? As the perception.
Right, yeah, and I just hope that you don't miss some folks because they don't want to go back to school. You know, they're gonna be in the building with, it's K through 12, right?
Three through,
yeah. And so that is a concern of mine, that they might miss this opportunity because of the perceptions that they'll have.
Well, what I will say is we can look at the different levels of, I won't say construction, but work that needs to happen from a capital perspective at Decatur High School to ensure its readiness. That was a concern that I had as I transitioned in, the availability for our support staff to get the buildings ready because they were being occupied. And I would say best practice is typically to mitigate it as much as possible by reducing the number of sites in use, so that then you can have all hands on deck on the one. But Decatur High School is large, and it's still in use to some degree because you have all of the different practices and things like that that occur. So it's about sectioning an already sectioned building and making sure it's ready. So we can look at it.
Question, these are, for either of you, these are half days, so, for somebody who's had a third or a fourth grader, what would they do? They have to either be not working or, they have to be available to pick their child up before lunch. So for kids that really do need these classes, what would we do to make sure that if you're a working parent, I mean, in the summertime, camps are hard enough, but they wouldn't be able to even enroll their kid in a camp if they couldn't drop them off. I'm even trying to think conceivably if like these are one of my kids, there's no way I could pull this off, you know? I'd have to get there at lunch and then take them to some camp that would take them in a half day, and we want parents to be able to do it, but what options do we have if they get out at 11:30, like, come in the middle of the day? Or if we've done this in the past, or other districts have done it in the past.
Yep.
How do we rectify that?
So we have, done it in a previous district, as a principal, and we did work with our local, kind of daycare camp to set up where there were buses that came and took them there, you know, to off-site. So that is an option. We are already, we're starting a conversation with DHA and what their summer programming and things, you know, how we can, potentially support students there. Being at the middle school, which would be close enough, to walk. So we are looking, but I will tell you, this is a struggle everywhere when it comes to summer programming. It is difficult to find that 8 a.m. to really 6 p.m. block. Like, that's what I need as a parent. And so, but an immediate solution is trying to partner with some of the local, you know, kind of daycare camps that do some busing, that would be open for half days. But it is a challenge.
It is, and in previous districts, one of the ways that it was remedied was to work with a partner, specifically writing a grant with the United Way to help provide the PM support, and that's what we called it. How can you support me on the PM? Because we are providing the summer school on the AM, or the summer programming on the AM. So these are some of the ways, especially when you have a population that is really in need of the academic programming, they were very apt to support us. So we talked about summer programming at our last DES board meeting, and so we did not talk about this specific need, but I will definitely take that back to our community to really help us problem solve it, because that's the way it has been problem solving.
Yeah, and I mean, the high schoolers conceivably could walk home, or even some of the middle schoolers could walk home and stay home by themselves. But even if you're talking about some of these populations of kids that maybe have different needs, maybe they can't. But I don't want that to be a deterrent from somebody signing up for these services if they're like, there's no way that I could get home at 30.
For our students with IEPs that have the tutorial model, a lot of times our teachers will schedule with the family during that block. So I can't say that every family will get the 8 o'clock time or the 8:30 time, but there's conversations that happen with the teachers that work with that particular population, the tutorial, because they do come in and out, and try to make it something that works for the teacher and the parents as well.
Yeah, separate question. I guess I'm thinking of high schoolers in particular, and I think your point about weekends, but more so, and we may not have the data. What if the students, I know you can't compel them to do it, but I'm also thinking that a 6-year-old might just say, why would I want to, beyond the, you need to graduate, right, or you want to graduate, we want to help you be successful, so, sorry, I wasn't using the microphone. I just wonder, do we even know right now which students are interested? So it sounds like ESY we've had before, but the summer school is a new thing.
Yeah, so students, we start here to talk to you about kind of what is coming forth. And so this is our first time publicizing and talking about summer programming. But we have identified staff members that are 235 staff members that work year round that are really interested in working with our kids that recovery and targeting those kids to say, and really encouraging and wrapping their arms around them. And so I feel like we've got the right people that are interested. And we'll see, hopefully we're gonna see progress for our students, and so we don't have kind of a finalized list. But some year-round employees that are ready to jump in and really partner with the students to provide as much support as we can.
Okay.
Thank you both
Thank you.
for the thoughtful and early approach to our summer programming. Introduce the next presentation.
Yes, Chair Herndon, at the November board retreat, we took a first look at our salary options for the 24-25 school year. Now we will take a second look at those options when adding in benefits or our total compensation. I would like to call on Mrs. Adina Walker, our Chief of Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Fulton, other esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Today's presentation is part 2 of the compensation reform process, in which we introduced during the Board of Education retreat back in November. From that presentation, we presented district rankings and options for teachers and non-teacher positions, solely based on salary, as well as each category. During this next phase, we will present those options with benefits for district healthcare amounts, TRS, FICA, contributions to encapsulate the total compensation package. As we embark on this journey, we agree that the optimal compensation model should include salary and benefits, which is health, TRS, and FICA for the total compensation package, ensure competitively positioned salaries, be transparent and easily communicated, establish and maintain internal equity, consistency, and fairness, and be affordable and sustainable over time. These ultimately tie back into one of our strategic accelerators, which is cultivating and retaining high-quality professionals. One of the goals of this accelerator is to propose a competitive compensation package for all positions to support the recruitment and retention of qualified employees based on market conditions, with board-established budget limitations. However, there are additional considerations and variables that are always at play as we review all compensation options. What will be the average salary increase for other districts? We have to be mindful of how aggressive other districts will be with their salaries for upcoming fiscal years. Who pays into Social Security, which is FICA? This is one of the most important variables because it has such a big impact on both the employer and employee perspective. Will TRS employee portion increase, and what will that percentage be? What districts make contributions toward healthcare premiums? And how much will be funded by the state in years to come that will ultimately affect our bottom line? This is a look back to our current teacher rankings solely based on salary. If you have your original packet, that is on page 12. For entry-level teachers coming in with 0 experience, we rate 8 out of 9. When we look at teachers with 12 years of credible experience, which is about the average years of experience, we rate 8 out of 9. For bachelor's and master's, and 7 out of 9 for teachers who hold a specialist and doctorate degree. When we look at the top of the scale, which are teachers with credible 25 years of credible experience and higher, we rank 9 out of 9. Here for part 2 in this process, we present the current FY24 salaries with total compensation rankings for each district. These rankings give you pertinent information from both perspectives. The employer perspective, in which includes the total compensation package paid by the district for each employee. In order to compare apples to apples, for the total compensation totals, we included the employer state health amount, employer TRS contribution, FICA, again, which is Social Security and Medicare, and any additional BOE healthcare contribution by the district. This is in alignment with the compensation study we previously presented at the end of 2021. Also, we included the employee perspective, showing the employee's salary less Social Security before the individual tax and benefit premiums are taken out. This is very important to show in order for the employee to know, even though the district is paying into their retirement, it gives them a look at their potential gross take-home pay. We know as inflation goes up, this take-home pay amount affects their quality of living in all aspects of their lives. So our rankings did change a bit. When we look at total compensation, we increased our rankings in every phase of the teacher's career, but mostly for teachers with 12 years experience or greater, which reflects the majority of our current teacher staff. For entry level, again, for 0 years, we are now at 7 out of 9 for bachelor's degree, 4 out of 9 master's level, 5 out of 9 for specialists, and which is a good increase for our doctorate level, which is now 4 out of 9. For 12 years of credible experience, we increased to 5 out of 9 for bachelor's through doctorate. And for top of the scale, we are now 7 out of 9 for bachelor's and master's, 6 out of 9 specialists, and 5 out of 9 for doctorate level. Now we will look at the options presented during the salary first look. Here are some of the least aggressive options with both the original salary amount and then the other amount that you see is the salary plus benefits.
Can I ask a quick clarification question? I apologize.
Yes.
On the slide you just went through, and I appreciate you putting together in total comp. I know that's hard to that. What does that include?
That includes the employer state health portion. Basically, that's the same amount that's paid by each district.
Yep.
The TRS contribution.
Yep.
FICA, which is Medicare and Social Security Medicare.
Yep.
And then our district contribution toward health care.
Can I ask a clarifying question there? Is it, like the health, benefit, is the TRS contribution the same for each district too?
Yes.
So the real difference there between us and the other districts is
The BOE health.
the BOE health contribution and FICA. Okay, thank you.
And the 3 districts that pay into that is us, Clayton, and Cobb County.
I'm sorry, now I get confused. James, the first question you were asking was about what contribution that every district,
It's in the packet, but I'd done down. I just wanted to know, when looking at charts,
right,
we've broken down salary, but then total compensation, because you often hear we pay into more. The more there's an asterisk on
like the state health.
total compensation. So state health, employer TRS, FICA, and BOE healthcare contributions. And then you're asking a very important question, which is, well, what's different about Decatur from some of the others is that we do an additional state health contribution and a FICA contribution, which increases total compensation, but one of those actually decreases take home. So it's.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to comment on anything, because I love that we've got 2 charts, but I just feel like your average employee or teacher is going to look at the first one, what's on my check. And so,
Well,
I send an email explaining, but I wonder if there's a way, and I may be getting ahead of myself.
Let her go through.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, like I said, these are the options that we presented last time as a recap. Well, I wanted to also say options 1 and 6 are not presented on this presentation because they did not have a significant change or impact to the staff now. As a recap, option 2, increase the entry salary to $53,000. And this is the steps, eliminating the double sections for each salary schedule. This option also keeps that varied amount between the steps that we're trying to eliminate. On the salary only is $1,018,300, and with benefits, $1,307,778. For option 3, this increases the entry amount also to $53,000, and it applies that uniform step increase for each salary schedule. For bachelor's degree, $900, master's level, $1,050, for the specialist level, $1,200, and for doctorate level, $1,350. For the salary only, $1,183,300, and with benefits, $1,519,728. For option 4, the entry level remains the current amount at $50,947, but it does apply that uniform step increase for each level. For a bachelor's level, $1,000, master's, $1,150, specialist level, $1,300, and for doctorate level, $1,450. This salary increase, salary only, is $820,324, and with the benefits is $1,553,542. For the next 2 options, these are the more aggressive options to see the most impact for employee and district ranking. For option 5, this increases the entry level to the amount of $55,200. This also applies the uniform increases for each step. For bachelor's level, $800, master's, $950, specialist, $1,100, and doctorate level, $1,250. The dollar amount for salaries only is $1,619,212, and with benefits, $2,079,554. With the total compensation, this increases our ranking to 2nd or 3rd for all levels. For particular, again, this is for, we saw the most increase for mid to end level career teachers, which reflect most of our staff. For option 7, the entry level increases to $57,000. It also applies the uniform increase for each level. For bachelor's, $900, master's, $1,550, for specialist, $1,300, and doctorate level, $1,350. The salary only is $3,167,312, and for a total with benefits, $4,067,779. As you can see, this option is the most aggressive. That increases our salary and total compensation rankings, our rankings tremendously for all levels. Now we will move on to the non-teacher compensation options. These are all the options that we previously presented in the salary only, with the salary only amount. However, now you have more information with benefits amounts for both TRS eligible employees and non-teaching staff that pay into our public school employee retirement system, such as custodians, food service, and transportation staff, of which the district does not contribute to their retirement plan, just like us. As a review for all of these options on the screen, just as an overview, all options increase the amount by 5%. All options incorporate a 2.25 increase between steps, excluding the administrative salary schedule. It expands all positions, again, excluding the administrative scale, to 23 steps. And it also adds the assistant superintendent and deputy superintendent positions to the salary schedules to incorporate the supplement currently added separately. In addition, as requested, all positions On this scale, the full-time employees on the non-teaching scale will increase above $15 an hour. Lastly, for the administrative scale, the study shows that we rank fairly low among our district chief executives in principal rankings with total benefits. The assistant principal rankings fare fairly high with total compensation. Therefore, in order to stay competitive with recruiting high-performing executives, it would be favorable to increase the entry percentage amount, especially for our chiefs and our principals, for any option. So what are our next steps? During the board retreat in November, we agreed that in January, we would add the benefits for each option to aggregate total compensation, adjust rankings to aggregate compensation, and to assess the affordability and sustainability for all options and considerations. Going forward in February, we will determine FY25 compensation recommendations that will be in the best interest of the district financially. Lastly, we will estimate the financial impact of achieving the district's goal of being or sustaining in the top quartile by FY28. Thank you, and at this time, we'll answer any additional questions that you have.
You may have touched on this in the past. Do you have a breakdown of where our teaching staff falls in terms of who's bachelor entry level versus who is specialist top of scale? So,
yes, I gave that demographic breakdown at the very beginning when we did that first look at the beginning of the year, but I can definitely share that back with you.
Okay, thank you.
And just to look at the boxes, if you go over, it's in the third column, and then go down to the second row. That is where the majority of our staff work.
Third column.
More towards the middle and end of career, and then the second row, the majority were masters.
So I apologize if this was shown, but one of the things I would like to see as we start to evaluate both the teacher options and the other personnel options is a matrix of like teacher options on the rows, personnel options on the columns, and total budget impact calculated for all of that. That'll help us kind of.
Exactly. I have already provided that to each board member. I'm not sure if you were able to get an electronic copy of that, but yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just got the text. Just got the text. All right, going to look for it right now. Yay!
Okay.
I got it. Give me a second to absorb.
Yeah, and sheet 1 and sheet 2, because we're printing off of Excel, that's a little interesting.
Yeah.
So yes, because it's two-sided in front of us, but you have it electronically.
Right.
So a few questions. SSNADJ, that column to the right of total comp?
Yes.
What is that?
That is with the Social Security adjustment.
Okay.
So basically, any district that pays into Social Security, that is giving the adjusted amount of your take home. What we have contributed that into that.
And I was looking at the steps while I was looking at the descriptions of and I realize this is somewhat standard practice. I'm just curious. The teacher seems to start at step 1, the administrator started at step 15.
No, the administrative scale goes to 15.
Okay.
Every scale starts at 0.
Okay. Yes. So what determines a step?
Your years of experience. So with your teacher, of course, every year that you teach in any district that is has a credible curriculum and is full-time.
So then in like my case, right, I've been teaching, this is my 27th year. If I go into administration, do I go to the top of the administration step?
At this time, with our compensation guidelines, no, it would just be for leadership here.
Thank you.
I appreciate all the hard work on this. I mean, my only question is, can we afford option 7? And then the last slide, what is our FY '28 plan? Just so we're clear, I love seeing us at the top quartile. I know that it is hard to snap it with your fingers and generate $4 million a year. But if we can, we should.
So we have the phase of it, that would be that initial cost.
Yeah.
And then Lonita would help us just price out fee, but it wouldn't be that same amount every time. This is just initial to get us there and then sustain us through that.
Right, it's a $4 million increase, but it's a $4 million increase in perpetuity. That's the reason it's never happened. It's the reason the governor prefers bonuses, because it's easy to say, we've got some budget now versus there. I would highly encourage us to work backwards to say, and I feel pretty confident that the other members of the board would agree with me, can we afford option 7? Oh, we can't, okay, but maybe we want to get there by FY '28. Okay, can we afford starting in option 5 next year? That would be great. And I would like for the conversation to start and kind of end there in terms of total compensation for teachers and staff.
And the second part of that is it's not just the teachers, it's the staff portion too. So
Correct.
we can start with option 7, but then we also need to go to the highest rank for the other staff too, not just teachers, bus drivers, the custodial staff. They also deserve to be at the highest tier too. So we got to marry those two and then go from there. So we can't have the highest level of compensation increase for one group. Right.
So I guess I'll let James talk. So I guess my question is, what does option 7 look like in terms of our expected revenue, the changes to QBE, the changes to the scheduling, which aren't happening for no reason, but are happening so we can find that. And then would we have to raise taxes to go that? And where is the break point of keeping taxes flat to achieve the largest salary increase we can for teachers this year? And that's how I would approach it, and hopefully we're approaching it.
Those are my questions, but then I saw the timeline, just assumed that would be coming next month. All of those variables
Yeah.
to take into consideration.
Because if you remember, another initial piece that we're introducing now is working with our tax assessor and tax commissioner around what that forecast looks like for us. So when we are making an informed decision or a recommendation, obviously, as you could tell from the presentation, it could be either option 5 or option 7, but we wanted your feedback. So that's why we're presenting them today, so that we can then be able to move forward.
I have a few questions that may not come into this particular meeting, but inform perhaps that February. So if I remember correctly, okay, so with regard to compensation, I think my concern is, will staff know when contracts are given what they're looking at? So you started by recognizing that other metro districts are looking at increasing compensation. And then how are we making sure that CSD employees understand exactly what those other contributions look like? So I was starting earlier because, I think I've talked to numerous teachers, and I'm not necessarily referring to CSD, and I hope I don't sound ageist here, but, you're younger, you get your full-time job, you're looking at your paycheck. And so are we doing enough to make sure that prospective employees understand what this looks like if you're coming to CSD versus going to all the, other but 2 districts that don't pay into Social Security?
For your first question, it is normal practice whenever we distribute contracts. The budget has not been approved yet, so you always get your current salary on your contract, and that's pretty standard. Whenever we do have the approved budget, we always send out the total compensation sheet, which does include all of the benefits that the district does pay out. So that is the information that the employee gets That is their total compensation of everything that the district is paying on their back.
Board member, oops, you sound like you're trying to speak. We're gonna move on, I think.
Can you guys hear me, or am I still muted?
I hear you now.
Good. Yeah, so I did a real quick true up of all of these numbers and I put them in the matrix that I was just talking about. And so just in terms of scale, option 5 is somewhere, if we assume option 5 for teachers and any of the options for non-teachers, we're somewhere between $3.5 and $3.7 million budget impact. If we assume option 7 for the teachers and any of the options for non-teachers, we're between $5.5 and $5.7 million. So the difference between option 5 and option 7 is consistently that difference between the teachers. It's about a $2 million aggregate difference.
Right.
So that, in terms of us thinking about it, that's over, well, actually, Lenita can keep me honest on that. That's about $1 million now, right? Isn't $1 million right around 2.1, I think? That's about $1 million. It's about $1 million difference between option 5 and option 7. And so I guess from where I sit, given that option 5 definitely gets us into that top quartile, just like option 7, and option 5 really more or less puts us in the same positions as option 7. I'm probably leaning more towards an option 5 and then come back and revisit in future years.
I think the number we need to be aware of, and if you hear and if you talk to staff, if you talk to teachers, your teacher receiving paycheck, it's what is your take-home pay to be an active teacher? What does your paycheck look? I've heard someone say, well, my $500 more for the same years and the same jobs in DeKalb County. So A, yes, we've got to do a better job of telling people what they're actually being paid. And B, in terms of option 5, I look at that column, the Social Security adjustment there. We will be higher than 3, but we'll be lower than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll be 7th still in terms of what the take-home pay is for our educators in a city that pay a lot more taxes and to send your kids to school.
Yeah, we have to be able to explain that to the citizens that we're asking for an additional mill of tax for in order to cover it. So I guess I would say this: I am open to option 7 if there's a 0 tax impact. If we're able to dig deep enough into the budget and make that a neutral impact, I am more than willing to give that additional dollars back to the teacher. And I suspect most of the citizens in the city would. But if we're coming back with a millage increase, certainly if we're coming back with a millage increase, but if we're coming back with any kind of even just non-adjusted mill rate with a 20% increase in tax digest, we need to have a serious conversation about how hard we pull this lever.
Good.
Yes.
Good. Here. All right.
All right. So board, I want to reiterate our commitment to ensure that the staff of the city schools of Decatur is competitively compensated. Today, we discussed portions of the total compensation, such as our salary, Social Security, TRS, and also the board's healthcare contribution. All of those are very substantial. We value our staff and want them to know there are additional benefits for being all in with CSD. So I'm also working with staff and post-secondary partners, such as Mercer University.
Go Bears.
To increase opportunities for staff to gain their advanced degrees at a reduced rate. And also with Agnes Scott, I'm brainstorming how their proximity to this building and to our system and that partnership could enhance the benefits for working in CSD. So in conclusion, the options presented today reiterate that one size does not fit all, and we must differentiate the treatment, i.e. the salary increases based upon the position grade.
And one other thing I was thought about during the presentation, where we have such large numbers of staff who have specialist and master's degrees, and so while I was a teacher, there was a partnership with Piedmont, and they came and gave classes, right at what you know as Renfro, and so, I don't know if that's on your list of things to look at, but it was a great opportunity for teachers.
All of our surrounding post-secondary, all of our post-secondary institutions are having lots of conversations with us.
Okay.
So, awesome.
The regulation.
Yes, Chairperson Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to review our regulation regarding amplifying student voice.
Good afternoon again, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Last month, I shared with you an update on our vision to establish student representation to the Board of Education. This is truly an innovation that advances our strategic accelerator to build and sustain an engaging and inclusive culture. It truly allows us to amplify student voice. Today, I am excited to share with you Regulation BABR1, Student Board of Education Representative. Last month, we discussed legal and practical issues with establishing a true voting student member on the Board of Education. While we will continue to explore the process and feasibility of this option in the longer term, Regulation BABR1, Student Board of Education Representative, allows us to move our innovation forward. Specifically, BABR1 establishes the procedures for a Student Board of Education Representative. This position is intended to amplify student voice, enhance communication between the board and the students it serves, enhance collaboration between the board and the students it serves, teach students the importance of civic involvement, and expose students to Board of Education functions, preparing them for possible future civic service. Regulation DBAR1 outlines the Student Board of Education Representative's terms and responsibilities. Based on your feedback last month, the position has been designed as a 2-year term. Students will be elected in the spring of their sophomore or 10th grade year, with their position commencing June 1st. For the first year, when the student's a junior or an 11th grader, the elected student will serve in an apprentice role. As an apprentice, the student shall have the right and responsibility to attend all board meetings except for closed or executive sessions. They will be seated as an attendee. In addition, as the apprentice, they shall receive all the materials presented to other board members, again, except those related to closed or executive sessions or legal matters that are protected by the attorney-client privilege. The apprentice is expected to provide input, which might include requests or preferences of students to the student board representative. Following the apprenticeship year, the elected student will serve their second year as the Student Board of Education representative. This will occur during the student's senior or 12th grade year. This student board representative shall have the right and responsibility to attend all board meetings except for the closed or executive sessions. The student board representative shall be seated with you as members of the board at the board meetings. In addition, a student board representative shall also receive all the materials presented to other board members, again, except those that are subject to executive or closed sessions or legal matters protected by attorney-client privilege. The student board representative shall be allowed to provide input, which might include requests or preferences of students to be taken under advisement by the Board of Education. Input may be provided on all matters except those subject to closed executive session or legal matters. In addition to outlining the terms and responsibilities of the Student Board of Education representative, including their first year as an apprentice, the regulation also provides additional guidelines. It establishes that students interested in running for this position must declare their candidacy and meet candidacy criteria. Candidacy criteria includes a sworn intent to fulfill the 2-year commitment, good academic standing as measured by a GPA of 2.5 or higher, acceptable behavior as attested by 2 teachers, parent or guardian acknowledgement of candidacy, and a course of study plan. Election specifications are also included, such as defining election by majority vote. Students actively enrolled as 19 eligible voters and granted 1 vote each. Regulation BABR1 also includes a section for addressing vacancies. It allows for an apprentice to assume the representative seat if the representative seat is vacated. If an apprentice seat is vacated, an election shall occur to fill the vacated seat. I would love to highlight that we could not develop a regulation on Student Board of Education representative without hearing from our students. The content of this regulation was informed by the feedback and suggestions of the superintendent's secondary student council members. They had great feedback. They had robust conversation on whether current seniors should be allowed to vote, and it was their idea to add behavior requirements to the candidate criteria. They had great ideas that will continue to be explored around other cabinet-like roles, course credits, and running an environmentally friendly election. Their feedback was valued, of course, indeed. Regulation BBR1 is an exciting step for CSD as we seek to amplify student voice and ensure all means all. Our next steps include, 1, notifying and training staff on this regulation. This is tomorrow at our administrative staff meeting. 2, forming a committee that will help establish the process for our very first election. We will seek both students and staff committee members to help with the development of the election procedures at Decatur High School. They will help with establishing documents such as the candidacy form and the election timeline for spring 2024. At this time, we are anticipating the election to take place in March or April. 3, developing a comprehensive communication plan. This will ensure students and their families are aware of this new and exciting opportunity. And 4, a longer-term next step. We will collaborate with the City of Decatur to explore the process and feasibility of establishing a true voting student member of the Board of Education. At this time, are there any questions?
Is it in City Decatur's hands, or is this more of a conversation with the delegation? My understanding, this is probably more of a state issue than it is a city issue.
Sure, I think there's a lot of layers, and so we just know that that is longer term, and step 1 is finding out who everyone we need to talk to and what all the avenues are to start doing that feasibility study.
I love this. Thank you. I do have a few, and I love that the students are informing the process. So if the elections are in the spring, then will the candidates know, hey, this is what I'm signing up for next year. These are the board meetings that I'll be attending. These are the others. So we'll have to, I'm assuming, set that timeline so the candidates can declare. Is there any kind of, how do I word this? Is there a limitation so that you have the same student fulfilling 2 leadership roles? You know, we're a district of 5,000 students, you have 1,800 or whatever it is. Students that asked about that, or if that's something we need to consider.
Interesting. The students actually brought up a couple of things, and there was some conversation around that as well. Some of the students talked about, well, you should have other leadership experience, and so really you should be serving in another role. We had students talk about kind of those cabinet-like or other committees. They said, you know, to get even more voice, yes, we will have this representative, but who else might be able to inform them in what ways? And so they were really excited, and I think there's opportunities to kind of pursue that, but not a specific limitation.
We reached out to GSBA about, I think some of the core, the foundation to doing well in this role is APA training.
So we initially reached out to GSBA even before last month's meeting. That's where we got some of our first road bumps that we had to overcome because they, along with legal, raised some flags around some of the practical and legal implications around this. They did say, of course, that you can pursue it as a regulation and have been advising us throughout the development of this regulation. Next steps will be to continue to work with them so that we can ensure that we're providing kind of the exposure and the things that we know and talked about last month that we want the student to experience so that they can really truly, be part of, what you all do as a board.
So would they do the same kind of training that we went through?
We are hoping so. That is the plan.
So, example would be GSBA training in June.
We would like to bring the students to that training.
And did talk to them about that. So that was one of the things that we talked about as far as with the student advisory.
Very cool. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Burton. Lunch.
Thank you. So as this is a regulation, it does not require a vote by the Board of Education, but we will now work with staff according to the timeline that everyone saw, that Ms. Lynch presented. So thank you so much.
You all. All right, that concludes our work session for today. We will be back as close to 5 p.m. as possible to begin our regular board meeting. We're adjourned. All right. We'll now call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. We ask that you silence all your cell phones at this time. I would like to begin with a moment of silence, followed immediately by the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I ask that everyone join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Now I ask that all that are able to, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to remind everyone of our mission. It is to inspire and enable student growth through meaningful and engaging learning experiences supported by highly qualified and caring educators in a safe and learning, inviting environment. Board member Hans Utz is joining us virtually this evening, and we'll move on to the second item on the agenda, approval of board meeting agenda for January 2024. Board members, are there any? Do I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
I move to approve today's agenda.
Board member Johnson Davis makes a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Sultan seconds the motion. Any discussion of the agenda? Excellent. Say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Our next agenda item is the approval of minutes from our previous board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve December's regular board minutes?
Motion to approve the meeting minutes.
Thank you, Board Member Sultan makes the motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson Davis seconds the motion. Any discussion of those minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, we are going to move forward with our other agenda items, starting with student and staff recognition next on the agenda. Dr. Whitaker, I see that there are more than a few students and staff in the audience. Are we recognizing anyone?
Yes, we are, Chair Herndon. At this time, I would like to call on our Deputy Superintendent, Mrs. Karen Newton Scott, and she will come to the podium for some special recognition.
Thank you, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Sultan, esteemed members of the board, Dr. Whitaker, and a special welcome to Board Member Anderson. Tonight, I have the pleasure of making 4 presentations. First, I'd like to invite up Principal Derek Thomas to the front for our first presentation. That's all good. This past December, Beacon Hill Middle School held its annual spelling bee, and the 2023 winner is Nua Munir. Nua is a member of Beacon Hill Middle School's Junior Beta Honor Club and the Junior Beta Spelling Bee at the Georgia Beta State Convention. She will compete at the Junior Beta National Convention to be held in June 2024 in Savannah, Georgia. Nua is also a member of the Beacon Hill Middle School debate team and varsity division. Congratulations again. Next, I'd like to invite Principal Sproul up for the next 2 presentations. Tonight, we'd like to congratulate the following Decatur High School band students: Ellen Spencer Wilson and Adi Shrikant. Come on up. All of these students have been chosen as winners of the Georgia Music Educators Association Composition Contest. These three amazing young composers submitted their music creations and were chosen from an applicant pool of other high school students from across the state of Georgia. There are more entries this year than ever before. Each of these students will have their compositions performed in January at the annual Georgia Music Education Association Annual Teacher Conference in Athens. What an honor. Congratulations again to these students and Decatur High School's band director, Ira Jenkins, for supporting the students to become world-renowned music composers. Next up, we'd like to acknowledge the outstanding achievements of two Decatur High School students, Juno Rogers and Peyton Sobin. Both Juno and Peyton have been selected to serve on the City of Decatur Environmental Sustainability Board. The City of Decatur's Environmental Sustainability Board added 2 youth members for the 23-24 school year. The Environmental Sustainability Board was established to provide recommendations to the City Commission regarding the city's environmental regulations. I looked at you all and smiled. These are my former students and I lost track. I'm going to read that again. The Environmental Sustainability Board was established to provide recommendations to the City Commission regarding the city's environmental regulations, plans, and initiatives, as well as assisting with the implementation of city projects that impact the natural environment to protect and improve the quality of life for citizens and property owners in the City of Decatur. Interested high school age students submitted statements of interest and completed an interview process. We are so proud to have Juno and Peyton serve as student representatives on this board. Our final presentation tonight will be for the district-level Young Georgia Authors winners. The purpose of the Young Georgia Authors Writing Competition is to encourage students to develop enthusiasm for and expertise in their writing, to provide a context to celebrate their writing success, and to recognize student achievements in arts and academics. This prestigious competition has been engaging Georgia students for more than 2 decades and is open to any student currently enrolled in Georgia public schools. Questions have been submitted to the regional competition, and winners will go on from there to the statewide competition. This evening, it is an honor to celebrate our City Schools of Decatur 2024 district winners. First up, we have Max Jung, kindergartner at Westchester Elementary. Also from Westchester, representing the first grade is Baraji Mishra. For second grade at Winona Park Elementary School, we have Molly Skeen. Our third grade winner is coming from Tally Upper Elementary School. It is Liesl Gillum. Also from Tally Upper Elementary School, we have Alice Wilk as the fourth grade winner. And fifth grade is also from Tally Upper Elementary School, Claire Camp. Charlotte Custer is our winner for sixth grade at Beacon Hill Middle School. Annabelle Kim is our seventh grade winner from Beacon Hill as well. And Junebug Brown from eighth. High school winners are Bethany McCrutch from ninth grade. Raina Johansson, 10th grade. Tobiah Watts, 11th grade. And Margaret Posner, 12th grade. We are so proud of all of our students this evening, and we would like to invite our board members and Superintendent Whitaker to the front for photo opportunities with them all, beginning with our Young Georgia Authors winners.
Eighth through fifth grade to move forward. Can we do that? And if you're in kindergarten through fifth grade. All right. Now, yeah, everybody else move. Actually, we need y'all to move over. Take a step this way. Kindergarten, fifth grade. This way. And over that. Step this way. Okay, stop. Now, everybody else, take a step down. Back. Okay. Now. Need you to come over. I need you to take a step right here. Okay. Take another step this way. There we go. Now we're gonna get tight. We're gonna make friends here.
Oh, no.
Okay, then we'll- Here, someone go first.
Oh, okay.
Everybody look this way. One step in. Down. Yeah, but look where we're closer. Okay. There we go. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Big smile. Take care.
No.
Okay. Thank you so much, students. Board members remain. We have more. If we could have our Beacon Hill Middle School spelling bee winner to come on over. Okay. Courtney, we are ready.
What's the hardest word you have to spell?
I don't know.
That's an easy one. That's 3 words.
I don't know.
Girl, she's like, I didn't miss any. They weren't hard.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, you can join the pictures, please. Come on over. You got the applause, so why not? Thank you very much, and now our high school. Oh, parents, sorry.
So that's.
One more. Okay, Decatur High School, if you all would all come together.
Music and say them goodbye.
Okay, now. Hold on.
Sure.
Big part is on.
Yeah, I try to hide some of it. Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Peyton and Juno, come on over.
Guys, all good. Wait, we got some parents and. Oh, you got it, okay.
You got it? Okay.
Efficient, right? We just celebrate the little things. All right. Get them over here. All right. One more? Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let me see your hand.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Congratulations.
So, for the record, I do really miss that stuff. It's not fun just sitting back and watching it. I really like being there for that.
We know, huh?
All right. Get started. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Dr. Whitaker, do you have comments?
Yes, I do. First of all, good evening. Good evening, Happy New Year, and happy birthday to board member Jana Johnson Davis, upcoming this week.
Yeah, it's not today, it's this week. Yeah.
Happy
It's upcoming
39th,
this
Jana.
week.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, this coming Monday, we will also observe the birth of life contributions of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And as a reminder, MLK Day is a federal holiday, so the district will be closed. Last week, we were thrilled to welcome back our students, and we're excited about the semester ahead. But before we look forward, let's take a moment to reflect on some of the key highlights from the first semester. We started a new school year with a successful opening of schools and a launch of my GEM entry plan, which involved gathering feedback from students, staff, parents, and the community to envision a plan for maximizing outcomes for all students. As a district, we were pleased to have our outperform the state in the SAT scores and the graduation rate, and be ranked the fifth top school district in the state. Decatur High School was also ranked 16th in the state by the U.S. News and World Report. In addition to our academic achievements, our school community celebrated several athletic accomplishments, including the championships of our middle school boys soccer, our high school girls softball and volleyball, as well as the high school girls cross-country team second state championship. And I was so excited to be there with them when they won. We also recognized, just like we did a moment ago, that various students and staff members for their hard work and dedication, including the first ever School Support Staff Member of the Year and our Teachers of the Year, and naming our Tally STEM teacher, Ms. Alicia Reno, as District Teacher of the Year. Our arts programs also excelled, with the high school marching band receiving top rankings in the statewide invitationals, and the Faith and Beacon Hill choruses performing at the Georgia State Capitol's Winter Choral Concert. It was wonderful to see such. While we celebrated these accomplishments, my 90-day review revealed areas for improvement. Moving forward, we will prioritize improving instructional coherence, enhancing leadership capacity, and a clarion call for all, refocusing our equity work to ensure all students achieve their full potential. We also are working to review our strategic plan called All Indicator. Those findings from my 90-day review and even our district's charter. That was first semester. But during the break, I read a book about finding hidden potential. The book reads similar to Jim Collins' Oldie But Goodie, Good to Great. One of the main themes in this book was the reality that to elevate ourselves, we must be comfortable with discomfort. I know that change is often difficult, yet change has and will continue to happen in CSD. To be all in Decatur, we must learn new ways to reach all children. Last semester, the board approved several policies, such as the new equity and grading policies. These changes were the result of feedback from the listening sessions, from the Superintendent's Advisory Council. We also announced rigor through offering honors courses while devising evidence-based support for our most vulnerable learners. I want to thank the members of the board and our district, also our school leaders, for refocusing our efforts to be more student-focused. As we look forward to the second semester, I must begin by thanking Governor Brian Kemp for bonus city employees to feel valued and appreciated. While the governor's bonuses did not fund all active staff, I thank the board for approving all active staff in the city schools of Decatur as of January 5th were eligible for the bonuses. Full-time staff received $1,000 and part-time staff received $500 before IRS taxes. So that was taxed. The gym work will continue this semester with a new series of listening sessions in the evenings of February the 21st at Oakhurst and also February the 27th at Beacon Hill. We'll also hold a virtual meeting on March 1st at 11:30 a.m. I would love full participation of all stakeholders, that's students, staff, and families. Tonight, we will submit the much-anticipated 2025-2026 school calendar for board approval. And earlier today, the board discussed a plan that will enable us to offer a more competitive compensation package. I began the conversation with the board at their November retreat with a thoughtful approach of reviewing staffing, master scheduling, and the annual budget to identify existing funding for increased compensation. Our efforts to improve organizational effectiveness, as outlined in our strategic plan, will also mean implementing practices that will assist us in adhering to all federal regulations related to the National School Breakfast and Lunch Program. At CSD, we are committed to providing every child with access to a healthy breakfast and lunch during their school day. Many in our school community may be unaware that our school nutrition program operates as an independent fund and is sustained through meal payments and government reimbursements. At the beginning of the COVID pandemic, the government provided funds for every public school student to receive free meals, regardless of income. When the program ended in 2022, CSD continued that practice. Unfortunately, that has resulted in a current negative balance of $88,000, and that is in unpaid lunch fees. I want to reiterate, this $88,000 balance cannot be paid with general funds. Therefore, we are asking our families to help us with all of our negative balances as soon as possible. As a reminder, all CSD families can apply for free or reduced price meals at any time during the school year on the district's website at csdecatur.net/lunchact. Additionally, the CSD Nutrition Department has communicated changes to the meal charges procedure this week that will enable CSD to remain in compliance with federal guidelines while continuing to provide healthy meals during the day. The changes will be effective February 1st, 2024. We appreciate your understanding and cooperation. And finally, we will move through the next few months with a growing anticipation of graduation in May. And I look forward to shaking the hand of every graduate in the class of 2024 as they begin their post-secondary journeys to college, the workforce, or the military. And to that end, I would like to call upon Mrs. Karen Newton-Scott, Deputy Superintendent, to inform us of our students' mid-year performance and summary of their readiness for college and/or career.
Outspoken personal, good evening again. Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Sultan, esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Regina Whitaker. I'd like to share with you the winter assessment results by taking a look at the College and Career Performance Index and our mid-year math results. So picture this if you can. During any Major League sports season, stats are recorded for each player for every game. These stats tell you how the players are performing from one point to the next. Based on that information, the coaches can support the players by building upon their strengths during conditioning and practice times to increase their performance. This is what the MAP assessment serves as for teachers and families. It is like a magnifying glass revealing details that allow educators and families to closely analyze student strengths and weaknesses in specific areas of math, and ELA to continue to practice to support improved student outcomes. So, if MAP serves as the information on each player while the season is in progress, then the CCRPI will be the report of the final wins and losses at the end of the season. The CCRPI captures not only academic performance, but also broader elements such as student growth, readiness for college and career, and the overall climate of the educational environment for the entire school year. Our end of season or end of year score 15 for the 2022-23 school year. In the past, we would have received an overall score and a score for each component of the CCRPI. The overall score has been eliminated to increase transparency and provide a more complete picture of school performance, ensuring that challenges and opportunities are not hidden behind a single score. The score for each component area remains. So, we have scores in 5 areas. Content mastery tells us if students are achieving at the level necessary to be prepared for the next grade, college, or career. Progress tells us how much growth students are demonstrating relative to academically similar students. Closing the gap tells us if students in all subgroups are making improvements in achievement rates. And readiness tells us if students are participating in activities preparing them for and demonstrating readiness for the next level, college, or career. And finally, the graduation rate tells us the percentage of our students who are graduating from high school with a regular diploma in 4 or 5 years. So first, we will look at our elementary schools. Our elementary schools, as you can see, surpass state benchmarks in all components of the College and Career Ready Performance Index. So the scores represent 3 through 5. It is also a reflection of the foundation of the K-2 schools as well. You will also notice that K-5 experienced a slight decline in overall performance from 22 to 23, specifically in the content mastery component, which tells us if students are achieving at the necessary level for the next grade. Scores dipped slightly from 98.2 to 96.1. In the realm of progress, schools were tasked with improving the performance of each subgroup by 3%. While most subgroups achieved this target in either ELA, English Language Arts, or math, and in some instances both, the economically disadvantaged subgroup fell short in both of these content areas. Despite some progress, proficiency levels for economically disadvantaged, Black, students with disabilities, and English learner subgroups remained at 40% or below. The most pressing concern with these figures revolves around literacy levels among the economically disadvantaged, Black students, students with disabilities, and English learner subgroups. While the overall average reveals that 90% of our students read at or above grade level at the K-5 level, a more detailed examination of CCRPI exposes a concerning disparity. Specifically, only 57% of Black students, 43% of economically disadvantaged students, 55% of English learner students, and 57% of students with disabilities are reading at the designated grade level. This analysis underscores the inadequacy of the reading instruction we are offering for these student subgroups. It emphasizes the pressing need to move forward with comprehensive professional development and a thorough overhaul of our intervention processes that Assistant Superintendent Jennifer Burton has spoken of. We must forge partnerships with others who have gotten it right to ensure that every student regardless of their background or learning challenges, has fair access to resources and support. Similarly to our elementary schools, our middle school has consistently excelled and surpassed state benchmarks in all components of the College and Career Performance Index. You will notice the high scores in each area. The middle school's overall performance increased from 2022 to 2023, specifically in the content mastery component, where scores were up from 86.4 to 90.5. Again, this year, schools were charged with increasing each subgroup's performance by 3%. At the middle school, all subgroups met this target in math and ELA, except for the English language learners. We commend our middle school for the progress made for most subgroups to assist with closing the gap. However, 35% or less of our Black students, economically disadvantaged, English learners, and students with disability subgroups perform both ELA and math. We see the same gaps in literacy with the average of 91% of our middle school students at or above grade level, while only 63% of our Black students, 53% of our economically disadvantaged, 55% of our English language learners, and 52% of our students with disabilities are at or above grade level in reading. For high school, earlier this year, we reported on the graduation rate of 94.1 for the class of 2023, representing a 2.5 decrease from the previous year's 96.6% rate. While this year's graduation rate represents a slight decrease from the previous year, CSD has consistently achieved a graduation rate of 94% or higher for the past decade. According to the recent data released by the Georgia Department of Education, CSD ranks second highest in the Metro Vista region. This year's results further signify the resilience of our 2023 graduates who faced unique challenges during their high school journey, including disruptions caused by the global pandemic. However, in content mastery, we also see a decline for our high school students, where scores dipped from 88 to 80.3. The targeted 3% increase in American literature was not achieved by any subgroup. In U.S. history, only white and multiracial subgroups met that 3% target. In Algebra 1, progress towards the 3% increase was observed in all subgroups except for our Black student subgroup. And in biology, all subgroups met the target except for Black and economically disadvantaged subgroups. For both American literature and U.S. history, achievement levels declined with a significant impact on economically disadvantaged, disability, and English learners. Where the high school saw below 60 to 70% of students being proficient readers at the end of the school year. Consistent with patterns seen in other grade bands, there is a notable disparity in the data for our Black, English learners, economically disadvantaged, and students with disability subgroups. While the average percentage of students reading at grade level at the high school is 88%, proficiency rates for subgroups were as follows: 64%, 38%, and 43% for Black students, economically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities, respectively. So, as we reach the midpoint of the current school year, our MAP scores provide valuable insight into what we might anticipate in terms of our CCRPI data for the 2023-24 school year. The chart represents projected growth targets for each grade level alongside the actual mid-year growth. The diamonds visually represent how closely each grade level approached, surpassed, or fell short of their targets in English language arts. A noticeable trend emerges as students progress through the grades. The anticipated growth target declines. This aligns with the natural trajectory of child development, where the most substantial growth occurs during young ages. However, it is crucial to highlight that our ability to meet these targets also experience a decline. This observation underscores the challenges associated with the current reading and writing instruction. Likewise, we have a comparable representation for projected math growth, outlining the projected and actual growth, with the diamonds illustrating the proximity to or deviation from each grade level target. In this analysis, we observe a parallel pattern with the expected growth declining as students progress through the grades. However, a distinction emerges in the math data for the majority of grades. We observe the performance aligned with the growth targets are very close in proximity, with one exception being in the 4th grade. Drawing insights from the growth and target achievement observed in math assessments, we can anticipate proficiency levels for students in both reading and math. Specifically, our midterm projections indicate that approximately 70 to 80% of students are expected to reach proficiency or higher in the grade milestone assessment in math. However, a notable exception is evident with one subgroup as illustrated in the data. This discrepancy prompts us to delve deeper into the underlying factors influencing this subgroup performance. Absent from the current presentation are anticipated proficiency levels for the economically disadvantaged subgroup. We are actively working on enhancing our data system to consistently capture this information across all administered assessments. In the words of Dr. Whitaker, interoperable data systems. Displayed here are the projected proficiency levels categorized by program. Utilizing our math assessments, our mid-year benchmark suggests that a minimum of 50% or more of our student population should be projected as this benchmark has been met by 2 of the programs showcased in the data. And then here you see the program data where we are not yet meeting that mark. Now turning to English language arts. The same subgroup data persists as a focal point. Among our student demographics, including white, Asian, multiracial, and Hispanic students, performance is generally commendable. However, the trend emerges for our Black students who consistently fall below most targets and subgroup performance metrics. This underscores the need for targeted interventions and a thorough examination of the factors contributing to these disparities in our ELA outcomes. Again, we have the comparable examination of our ELA performance focused on the same areas of program support, students served in MTSS, gifted, and 504 programs are meeting and in some cases surpassing the mid-year benchmark. However, these are the areas that are of concern. So in summary, while our white, Asian, multiracial, and Hispanic students are performing well, our Black students and economically disadvantaged students need more. CCRPI, reading proficiency, and math subgroup data scores have shown minimal deviation over time for these students who are consistently scoring below most targets and subgroups, in some areas grossly so. It is deeply concerning and imperative to note that Black students and economically students in communities that do not have the affluence and resources that CSD have the resources of CSD, these schools outperform students who attend our schools. Consequently, there is an ongoing imperative to enhance our instructional approaches for all students. Despite having a substantial cohort of high-performing students, it's essential to recognize that this exceptional performance creates a misleading perception of overall excellence. Such an illusion might lead us to believe that no changes are necessary, when in fact, the reality for these students and families must change. Having been a part of this institution for 28 years, presenting this data has been one of the most challenging things I've had to stand and deliver. These numbers not only reflect who I am, but also stand as a mirror to the journey as an educator. The data extends beyond individual reflections. It is a collective representation of our efforts. Board members, administrators, teachers, and staff. The stark reality that in our district, being Black or coming from a household with limited economic resources presents a greater challenge compared to other Title I schools in the area is quite jarring. Continuing to acknowledge this truth about how we have served a subset of our community should compel us to recognize the debt that is owed and motivate us to take concerted action for meaningful change. We are all accountable. Every decision we make, every distraction that diverts our focus from addressing the urgency that only 38% of our most vulnerable at the high school are reading at or above grade level, will continue to contribute to the narrative revealed in this data. One great person said, our dilemma is that we hate change and love it at the same time. What we really want is for things to remain the same but get better. We all know that it doesn't quite work like that. Change is difficult, but we can give up some of the good things and go for the great for all of our children. Are there any questions?
Is there any way that attached to every presentation that is ever given in front of this board and this community for this school district, this information is always included? I mean, I can think of no more clear moral absolute that we have than to fix this. And it should always be in front of us. Is there a way to do that? There should not be anything that goes public that doesn't acknowledge this. I'm very frustrated. I'm sure that my fellow board members share that perspective, but I think this is probably, I want to commend the administration. I want to commend Ms. Newton-Scott for putting in front of us in these stark terms. I think this is probably the first time we've really, it's not the first time we've seen the data. I think this is the first time that we've set the difficult data front and center in the conversation, and are approaching it from a perspective that we really do have a moral obligation to see it change. So I don't know, I'll stop my comments at that. Thank you for the information. I would love to have this in front of us at every board meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Hans. The facts speak for themselves. I think the question I have is back to your sports analogy. So, you know, my daughter plays soccer. A scrimmage may not be treated as seriously as a real game. And so the concern I have is how are we also looking at the testing itself? So, you know, as a teacher who's administered MAP tests, as a parent who hears a child talking about MAP tests, who hear students talking about MAP tests, often I've heard that it doesn't count. And so by no means am I suggesting that there isn't work to be done. We all know there is. But at the same time, when we're using this testing data, how are we determining that the results are actually indicative of the student's knowledge versus the student, or rather the student's abilities, reading skills, et cetera, versus the student's lack of knowledge of the test's importance? Or also like keyboarding skills. And just so I'd like to look a little bit more at other factors that can inform the performance and what, you know, we're doing on that end, as well as obviously the targeted intervention to help all of our students be successful.
Thank you. I think there's, I mean, all that notwithstanding, there's also some trends. You know, you can see some of the same trends about the milestones, just the maps. And I think, you know, the most important thing is that, I mean, I feel like I'm in some kind of strange, like, movie, because I feel like every board meeting, you get here, we get the same data. Every single time, I think, since I have been in this chair, and, you know, at some point, like you said, we both love and hate change, and maybe something we'll be able to, the next step or the next presentation will be, you know, more action items, which is what I think we all need to see. I think the most important thing that you said that almost is still sitting like in my throat is that everything else is a distraction. Anything else that we sit and we mull over, that we're, you know, buzzing about in the community as parents, as educators, as leaders, we're just distracting from the fact that less than 50% of our students with disabilities that are English as a second language speakers can read at grade level going into high school, where we're getting distracted. And so every day our focus needs to be, our energy needs to be on the fact that our students of color consistently, even in other districts that have less resources, they're outperforming us. And anything else, we're getting distracted. So I think as parents, as community members, we need to get behind that and realize that that's where we need to put our energy and put our efforts, because we're getting distracted by some of the wrong things, by the flavor of the day.
Carmen, I 100% agree. Thanks for saying that.
Well, I'm looking forward to, there are changes that have been put into place since we've had a new administration, particularly around reading and the push for really the science of reading being our foundation. And so I'm anxious to see how that change, what that will do for these scores that we're seeing. That parents coming in here advocating for these changes and, you know, talking about connecting that to equity. And so I'm looking forward to seeing the results, which I think will be positive for these subgroups. But it won't, you know, that will just be a part of it. Because we know that there's more to we need these students to be able to read, but we also want them to feel included in the environment, to have a good experience, to feel like they belong, have good interactions with their teachers. And so looking forward to see what other things we can put in place to, you know, right these wrongs.
Could I ask a quick, sorry, James, if you have something to say, go ahead. I had just one quick question for Dr. Whitaker.
Please go.
So Dr. Whitaker, I know that you have been involved in previous roles in turning numbers around on schools that were performing poorly on some of these metrics. Can you set our expectations around what a realistic timeline is to see some of these changes? Because I think we all have a sense it's not going to be instantaneous. We've been working on it for 5 years, and obviously we haven't really made a dent in it. But I in terms of your practical on the ground experience of seeing this done, what can we in the community expect in terms of timeline?
So for that question, I will say that in my two most recent positions, I was over a community of 30 schools where 16 of those schools performed, I would say almost at where our economically disadvantaged students are, or even lower. And in a 4-year span, we moved from 16 schools to 2. And I will say, when I look at those schools, they're at or above grade level reading than Decatur High School subgroup.
Now they are, is what you're saying.
Now, when I compare the data the data you see on this screen, which was made public in late December, and that same data for all of those schools are higher for your economically disadvantaged and often for your Black population. I know it did take 4 years, that was a 4-year span to move that needle, because there needs to be systems and structures in place around 1, curriculum, 2, instruction, 3, assessment, and 4, really truly understanding that interoperable data system. Those were the 4 key levers strictly around curriculum and instruction. But in February, at our board retreat, we're going to talk about all 4 levers that will create the conditions for all children to be successful. Because this jars me, knowing who we are and who we can be.
I guess I share Carmen's sentiment that I feel like I'm in a weird movie where we know the data. I think the difference for me is that it's not shocking. We wear this on our sleeve. What I want to see, I'm giving you the grace to provide, is thank you for using the levers. We're very good at identifying these problems. Thank you for putting them together. I imagine it was depressing. What we're not so good at is publicly saying, and here are the 4 things we're trying over the next 2 years to combat this. My time on the board in 4 years, I know this data exists. I ran because this data exists. I've listened to Mr. Johnson Davis and I had lunch. We talked about routing the board. We're like, we agree on this. Where we need to make progress is these are the 4 things we are doing, so that when my neighbor, and I look my neighbor in the face, says, why should we come to Decatur? Well, yeah, we have warts, but these are the things that we are doing to try. They have worked. Let's get it done.
Yeah. So, rest assured, student outcomes for our most vulnerable students remain the focus of this administration. Explicitly, we will ensure that race and/or socioeconomic status, language proficiency, or disability is not a predictor of student outcomes. This type of data underscores that all must truly mean all, and we must do something different. to think that our economically disadvantaged students at Decatur High School will potentially graduate with only 38% of them reading at or above grade level in 18 months. Current 11th graders. It's morally appalling. And I will reiterate, all must truly mean all. So next month, I will present how our equity work moving forward will refocus us on student outcomes. Because what is happening now is not moving the needle for their readiness at the most basic level. And that's reading at grade level upon graduation. We have to do something different. We have 2 key meetings next month as a board and a governance team. 1, our board meeting, and 2, our board retreat. And in both of those times, we are going to talk about and see the full plan for what it is going to take to move the needle on those numbers. Chair Herndon, that concludes my report.
Thanks, Dr. Whitaker.
Thank you.
Next item is the chair. Good evening. On behalf of the board, I want to wish everyone a happy new year. Welcome back to our students, staff, and families. The board remains grateful for all of the engagement of our school community and the success of our students and schools, and we are looking forward to another great semester. Today's board meeting began a while ago with the swearing in ceremony for myself and our new District 2 board member, Tracy Anderson. I'm pleased and honored to serve for another term, and I want to congratulate and officially welcome the board. We look forward to working with you to ensure the success of every CSD student and school. Following executive session, we began tonight's meeting with our pre-work and then work session. Both were reviews and discussions on several important policies and regulations, including adding a student representative to the school board, and we're excited about that addition. We heard presentations that provided plans for upcoming summer programming, including summer school and extended school year. The board received a finance and eSPLOS 6 update. And as the use of AI in school increases, the fourth presentation was an overview of AI's relevance to instruction and the district's approach and our position statement on the use of AI in the classroom. We also heard a presentation on our students' mid-year performance, a summary of their readiness for college. The majority of our students are doing quite well. The data for our traditionally marginalized students is evidence that we must do more to make sure all are successful. All of the presentations are available in Assembly. We had 4 amazing student recognitions this evening, including Beacon Hill's 2023 Spelling Bee winner, the 3 DHA band students who were winners of the Georgia Music Educators Composition Contest, 2 DHS students who have been selected to serve on the City of Decatur's Environmental Sustainability Board, and the 13 2024 district-wide Young Georgia Author winners. Again, I want to congratulate all of our students on their achievements. You're the reason we do this important work, and you make us all proud. As I close, I want to echo back to Dr. Whitaker's initial acknowledgement of the observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday. Many people see this as a day on rather than a day off, and our community offers so many opportunities to follow Dr. King's example of service to the community. This month is also the start of the 2024 session of the Georgia General Assembly. We will be monitoring the legislative session closely. We'll provide updates on educated-related legislation and the budget as it progresses through the state level. I must also reiterate the board's request for patience as we are working to accomplish the goals of our 5-year all-indicator strategic plan. CSD is a high-performing district for most students. Our goal is to make CSD a great district where all students are safe and successful, where we retain high-quality staff with competitive compensation, where our district operates with excellence in instructional and organizational management, fiscal responsibility, and simply compliance with state and federal standards. That concludes my remarks for this evening. Fellow board members, does anyone have any thoughts they would like to share at this part of the meeting?
I disagree with the term simple compliance, but other than that, everything was perfect.
Fair enough. Even the complex compliance. I think I chose that word to try to highlight that in many instances, the board is complying with federal and state standards, not inventing things that want to be done.
Yep, 100%.
Hearing more, we'll move on to the next item. We will move to consent agenda items, which includes the school nutrition report, personnel report, monthly financial reports, and the school calendar for 2025-2026. Dr. Whitaker, let's start with our monthly financial report.
Yes, Chair Herndon, Ms. Lonita Brown, Chief Financial Officer, will present the monthly financial report.
Good evening, Board Chair Herndon, Madam Vice Chair Dr. Wilson, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Whitaker, community and colleagues. The November 2023 financial reports are located in the assembly agenda. The general fund budget is approximately $98 million. As of November, the district has collected 39%, or approximately $38.6 million of the budgeted revenue year to date, which is in line with the percentage that was collected this time last year. November revenue collections was approximately $5.4 million, which is 44% more than the amount of revenue collected last month in October. This is due primarily to the approximately $1.6 million increase in the amount of tax receipts from October to November. This increase is normal for this time of the year. The largest tax percentage of sales tax is traditionally collected in November and December. Earnings on investment is continuing to trend higher than anticipated. Approximately $56,000 have been received for November, which is approximately $20,000, or 57% higher than the amount received in November 2022. The board approved an increase to the earnings on investments budget to accurately reflect the uptrend in interest. All other revenue is trending as anticipated. Expenditures are normal for this time of the year. The district has expended 31% of the overall budget, or approximately $29 million year to date. For the month of November, expenses equated to approximately $7.6 million. This is 14% higher than what was spent in October 2022, which is due primarily to increases in salaries and benefits. The majority of November expenditures are for salaries of approximately 79% of the budget. For the month of November, there's a deficit of approximately $2.2 million, which means the district expenditures for the month were $2.2 million more than the monthly revenue. The $2.2 million will be taken from the fund balance, which is normal for this time of the year. Overall, year to date, there's a surplus of $9.7 million due primarily to the large receipt of property tax collection. Last year at this time, the surplus was $8.6 million. The surplus of revenue is normal at this time of the year and accounts for the healthy fund balance of approximately $24.6 million, which includes the unaudited beginning fund balance of approximately $14.9 million. As shown, the fund balance has been decreasing since August, and this is also normal for this time of the year. November revenue for capital funds consists of $577,469 from earnings on investment and SLOSS 6 collections. Expenditures total $432,530. Expenditures and revenues are trending as projected, and the $144,939 surplus will increase the fund balance, which is currently approximately $7.5 million. Fiscal year 24 anticipated expenditures for capital is approximately $7 million. School nutrition revenue and expenditures are trending within the same range as previous years. School nutrition revenue for the month of November was $181,157. This amount does not include federal grants reimbursement. The reimbursements will be listed in next month's report. The largest source of revenue is $102,000 from students' breakfast and lunch. Expenditures for the month of November were $278,024, which is within range of the projected expenditures for the month. The $96,897 deficit of revenue will decrease the fund balance, which is currently $1.8. Grant funds consist of federal, state, and local grants. The district received $110,133 in grant revenue and expended $298,391 in expenditures. As grant reimbursements are received, all grants will be budget neutral. I will be happy to respond to any questions or provide clarification. Yes.
Just one question. I think you said between October and November, compared to last year, there was an increase that was salaries and benefits. Is that new stuff or is it new practice, like the way your insurance premium goes up or salary adjustments for additional degrees?
It's a combination, capital benefits increase and also we get salary rates. That increases in
Excellent. Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Broom. Do I have a motion? Yep. Okay, I need to approve consent items 1 through 5. Do I have a motion?
To approve consent items 1 through 5.
You, Sultan, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously. Right. Dr. Whitaker, we have next on the agenda is an executive session item to discuss.
Yes, Chair Herndon, staff recommends an organizational change. The most recent vacated role of Chief of Student Services will be abolished. Additionally, the role of Chief of State and Federal Programs will be abolished. There will be 2 new positions created, the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services and a Special Education Director. This recommendation does not increase headcount and actually is a cost savings to the district for FY24 of $18,383.83 and expected $36,767.65 in FY25. In executive session, Mrs. Frances Holt was recommended for the position of Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services. The Special Education Director position will be posted. May I read the motion statement?
Yes, please.
I move that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the superintendent's recommendation made in executive session.
Do I have a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation presented in executive session?
Motion to accept.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Anderson seconds the motion. Any discussion? I will throw out that I'm excited about appointing a director of, I wanted to get the name correct, a special education director, and appreciate your willingness to organize the district in a way with hard to look at a superintendent.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to policy, Dr. Whitaker.
Thank you, Chair Herndon. I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to present 3 policies for second read action.
Good evening again, Board. Thank you. Tonight we have 3 policies for second read action. As previously shared with the board, the versions being presented tonight for action do reflect some minor edits from the versions presented in December, primarily wording changes. Policy DJD, expense reimbursements, was updated to make it clear we follow the state accounting office policies on the federal mileage reimbursement rate. These policies were all available for public comment through Assembly. No public feedback was received on them through Assembly. I did test Assembly to make sure that it's working. First up is policy DC, annual operating budget. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
I recommend to approve policy DC, annual operating budget for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve policy DC, annual operating budget for action?
So moved.
Ms. Johnson Davis makes the motion. May I have a second?
Second?
Second from, any discussion?
I have mentioned this to Dr. Whitaker. I just want to mention it out loud so that it's on the record. I think as an addendum to this policy, not an addendum, I'm sorry, that would imply an edit of this policy. I mean, as a partner to this policy, I think we should consider adding a policy that requires the publishing of an actual budget book. We have previously talked about whether that is a policy or a procedure. I think given the strategic importance, the nature of it being best practice, and the fact that just because we have a superintendent now that wants to do it doesn't mean that we will necessarily have a superintendent that wants to do it in the future. I would like us to have that discussion to reinforce not only the annual operating budget, but the manner in which we can communicate it.
And we will draft that and start that through the process next month regarding pre-work.
Great, thank you. No further comment.
Yes.
Let's just ask one question. Is it typical to have just two, or not, I shouldn't say just two, excuse me, the two public hearings? I think it's in the, where is it? Sorry, fourth paragraph. Prior to the formal adoption of the budget, at least two public hearings on the budget will be held. Yes. Okay, and does it matter when those two public hearings are held?
There is a timeline, I think it's already been approved. Okay.
So as a board, every year we bring forth a timeline and the board approves it, and that includes when that takes place. That's a part of the budget development process.
Also, just for a bit of color here, and for Ms. Anderson to have context on, we have basically every meeting for the next couple of boards, we will be talking about budget. We will have a preliminary budget. We will have an edited budget. We're going to have a series of evolving budget conversations. These two hearings, I believe, are talking about after that entire process is done, after the, probably 8 public conversations that we have about building out the budget, we will then have 2 specific budget only conversations. And so I certainly don't want anyone to be left with the impression that we only have a public conversation about the budget with the public twice. There is a ton of opportunity for the public to listen in and weigh in on as it's going through development.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Second recommendation?
Great, next up is policy DK, Student Activities Fund Management. I recommend to approve policy DK, Student Activities Fund Management for action.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve policy DK, Student Activities Fund Management for action?
So moved.
Approved.
Colton, may I have a second? We'll count Mr. Utz as providing the second. Any discussion? Off, no discussion.
Sorry.
All those in favor, please say, you're fine, man. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ms. Lynch, move the third recommendation, please.
Great. Finally is policy DJD, expense reimbursements. I recommend to approve policy DJD, expense reimbursements for action.
Excellent. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to accept policy DJD expense reimbursement for action? Thank you, Ms. Sultan, board member, makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Just Davis, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
There we go, carried unanimously. Thank you so much, Ms. Lynch. Appreciate those policies and the part about the cadence up at the beginning where that is the third month where they have been available for public comment and just part of the natural calendar of things. We'll move on to our final section, which is public comments. The following information is included in the board policy manual, and members of the public also acknowledge this information when they sign up to speak. This serves as a reminder for all speakers and members of the audience. The opportunity to address the board during public comment is limited to district parents, students, residents, employees, businesses, and organizations. Persons wishing to address the board during public comment must sign in before the public comment period begins, and in doing so are asked to state their connection to CSD and or the City of Decatur. This allows time for the board's other business. Public comment will ordinarily be limited to 1 hour or 20 speakers. At the board's discretion, the public comment period may be extended for a specific amount of time or a specific number of additional speakers. The time limit is 3 minutes. Persons speaking during public comment will not be permitted to yield the floor or transfer unused time to other speakers. Comments during public comment should be addressed to the board as a body, not to any individual board members. At the chair's discretion, persons violating this policy may be asked to step down. Speakers, you should be courteous and professional. Speakers are not to list complaints about specific persons or individuals connected with the district in a public session. The board strictly prohibits abusive language, threats, comments, jeers, applause, or shouts from the floor. Disruptive persons will be asked to leave the meeting room. The chair may terminate public comments that are profane, vulgar, defamatory, or disruptive. If any speaker's comments begin to verge in the areas of hate speech or defamation, I'll ask the speaker to end their comments. Speakers may not address confidential student or personnel matters. Those should be submitted as concerns to the superintendent in writing. Members of the board will not address persons presenting public comment or speak to the substance of any comment made during the public comment section. Instead, a member of the administration team will follow up with persons speaking at the board meeting. Dr. Whitaker, will you call our first speaker?
Yes, the first speaker is David Messer, the second. He's not here.
Yeah, I think we should move on, and then if we see someone join us.
Okay. Rachel, the second speaker is Rachel of Verneuin.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure we're in the right one.
Yes, we're in the right one.
Okay.
All right. The next speaker is Munira Sharif, and that was Zoom. Okay.
What did he say?
No one was present in Zoom.
Okay.
The next
Just
speaker.
Just as a quick point, we're still 6 minutes before 6:30. I wonder, is there any chance that?
So well, we can go back.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm writing it down, and we can go back.
Okay.
6:30.
And the next person is Jacob Schmuckler. All right.
Yeah.
Good evening, CSD Board and Superintendent Whitaker. I'm a relatively new parent with CSD, with one child in College Heights and another coming soon. I'm speaking here tonight to put on record a response to comments made by fellow parents at the December board meeting. As an FYI, both sets of our comments were published in the Decatur-ish edition, December 17th, 2023 online. Our letter reads as follows. We are dozens of Jewish and non-Jewish parents of CSD with great concerns about the general rise of anti-Semitic incidents our children and families have personally experienced, both in schools and in the community since October 7th. Against this backdrop, we are writing in response to some comments made at the CSD board meeting Tuesday, December 12th. Before responding to those comments, we want to commend your leadership for the work done so far to address various issues related to staff, curriculum, and day-to-day incidents, hate and intolerance against students of Jewish and non-Jewish backgrounds. We acknowledge that these are difficult issues, and our priority is the safety of all students and families. Our hope is that the community can continue to work together to do the best we can in an imperfect environment. By now, it should be clear to everyone that there are no easy answers or simple choices here. Next, we came away quite pleased with the potential for common ground with fellow parents who advocated for things like free expression, balanced curriculum, safe schools, and proper handling of staff incidents. What we believe is lacking is a proper forum to have a constructive dialogue about what we, as Jewish parents, want, which was sadly often misrepresented at this December board meeting. For example, we do not want Gaza, Palestinian history, or the current war to be avoided or censored in classrooms. We do want to ensure that the content in classrooms is credible, vetted, meets state standards, and advances critical thinking skills. We do want students to hear from accepted and legitimate experts on both sides of this issue to provide context and information that will allow students to come away with their own conclusions. We do not want students of Arab, Muslim, Palestinian, or any other descent to feel like their struggles or their history is being ignored or neglected. We do want the human death toll on the Palestinian side of this current conflict to be openly discussed and central to the discussion. So too should the nature of the killings be discussed on both sides and the impact it is having on their respective societies. We do want an atmosphere, we do not want an atmosphere of fear of our students or staff. We do want an environment where staff and students can learn and discuss history and current events without fear of being singled out, harassed, or put down for being Jewish, Muslim, or any other religion. We hope that all parents can agree that given these principles, there is ample room for common ground and a shared perspective for how to move forward. In tackling these challenges, it is imperative we uphold our commitment to creating an environment that not only champions free expression, critical thinking, and respect for diverse opinions, but also prioritizes the use of factual and credible resources. Our shared objective must consistently revolve around creating a safe and inclusive space for every student, regardless of background or conviction. We eagerly await ongoing collaboration and open dialogue where the voices of all are heard and thoughtfully considered in shaping the future of our school system.
The next speaker is Raheem Snow.
My name is Raheem Snow. I am a resident here and a parent of 2 children in the school system. So today I'm talking about the price of equity is eternal self-examination and adjustment. There is a concerted and calculated attack on equity happening in America right now. From billionaire Bill Ackman using allegations of plagiarism to push out Claudine Gay from her role as president of Harvard University, first Black woman to be in that role. From Texas passing a law that prevents any institution of higher education from establishing DE&I offices or hiring employees or contractors to play those roles. From Elon Musk saying things like DEI needs to DIV. This is a disturbing pattern that we need to be aware of here at CSD. These things have a way of filtering down, of happening discreetly behind closed doors in rooms where it happens and later surprising us. DE&I is our attempt to address issues of equity, racial equity, gender equity, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, all of the above. Take the issue of Palestine, for example. Israel has been killing the people of Gaza nonstop for the past 3 months. In that time, we are learning how little Americans actually know about the root causes of the occupation. Why is that? Palestine has been pushed out of education. It has been pushed out of the history books and classrooms. Professors and teachers have lost their jobs. Students who advocate for Palestine have been systematically targeted, and their student groups have been dissolved. Coalition of pro-Israeli lobbyists have infiltrated grade school and higher education, and they are controlling the narrative about Palestine. Talk about dark sarcasm in the classroom. What's the result? Millions of college-educated Americans come into adulthood in the workforce without knowing a Palestine and very little about the Middle East except propaganda and stereotypes. This is a staggering level of thought policing that we've allowed from our lack of vigilance. DE&I has the potential to flip the script on Palestine, on racial equity, gender equity, and so many other issues. That's why the critics are getting rid of it. They're getting rid of it because it's working. They're not getting rid of it because it's failing. It's starting to flip the script on who has control of the narrative. So we have to be vigilant here in Decatur. We cannot let the patterns happening nationally affect us. If they want us to throw equity out, we're going to say no, and we're going to stand our ground. Our freedom of speech, our freedom of thought, and our freedom of assembly all depend on it.
The next speaker is Andrew Lewis.
Good evening. When I spoke to you at the November Board of Education meeting, I expressed concern and outrage on a number of issues as they related to being a Jewish community member of Decatur with 2 children who graduated from CSD, having attended CSD since pre-K. The closure of the December Board of Education meeting, I introduced myself and provided my phone number and email address to 4 separate speakers who spoke in opposition to my comments or the actions of CSD. Unfortunately, I did not hear back from anyone. My desire then, as it remains today, is to create a healthy dialogue. We will accomplish nothing if we remain siloed and unwilling to find common ground on this and other issues. Fully appreciate how difficult these current times are for our school district, our teachers, but most especially for the students of CSD, as challenging as it is for us adults. To navigate the complexities of our world, we must not forget that we face these challenges with the experience of time. Our children are not afforded such luxuries. Their world is shaped by the next social media post and the one after that. It is with this in mind that I am appreciative of the early steps I have seen by the district to refocus the district's equity work to be student-focused. These early actions help ensure all students feel safe and included, all teachers are provided the resources they need for a diverse student population like ours, and action is taken when anyone in the district abuses their responsibility, be it administrator, teacher, or student. These are the actions of a community, a school district, and its leaders who understand the terms diversity, equity, and inclusion are meant to lift all who are a part of the district, most especially our students. But these early actions are the first mountain in a long chain of mountains that must be built upon if we are to create the educational environment that fully embraces and educates all CSD students. I look forward to helping CSD navigate the trials and tribulations of today to ensure a stronger and more prosperous future for tomorrow. Thank you.
The next speaker is Adam Horowitz.
Hey everyone, my name is Adam Horowitz. I'm not a student, I'm a parent to 2 students at Beacon Hill. And, you know, probably like a bunch of us, I am still really taking in the presentation that Ms. Newton gave earlier. And, you know, one of my questions, obviously, and it sounds like it's the agenda for the next meeting, is, so what's the plan? And, you know, I have a thought in terms of what I wanted to talk about coming here, and it doesn't change. I feel like it's only informed by that presentation. But, you know, I was coming here tonight to speak in support of the equity work that the district is doing. And I'm honestly a little bit concerned after that presentation and some of the initial response that the equity work as it exists now is really going to be kind of used or treated as a fall guy for what hasn't been working, when I think we would probably all agree that that is a systemic failure. I mean, I understand, like I heard a number of people say it's our collective failure, and I think that that's true. And so I'm not against change in any way. But I also don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, or whatever that kind of expression would be. Because I do feel like there is work that the equity department does that is essential and important in helping to address those issues. Not that there's not other things that could be done or should be done. And part of what that is making our students, our faculty, members of our community feel a part of this community and a part of this school district. And I know I was here last month talking about issues around Palestine. It's still something I'm here to talk about today, and I think that the equity department is one of the important and really the place that I know of in the school district to bring these concerns and to raise voices that are often suppressed, like has been said. So I am here to speak in support of the work that has been happening, understanding that changes have to be made, but I think we should build upon, not necessarily just take away. And I guess the last thing I'll say is I know from having such a discussion with some folks here, I know that some continuing education work has been doing to kind of to build our capacity to deal with issues around Palestine, which I think is great. I think one issue that I've been hearing from talking to students and faculty about that would be important to add to the list of those issues is this confusion that I'm hearing time and time again around issues of what constitutes anti-Semitism versus what is criticism of Israel. I've been hearing from both students and faculty concern about speaking out because of not understanding some of those distinctions.
The next speaker is Samir Ahmed. The next speaker is Tracy Nance.
Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here. My name is Tracy. I'm a parent of two City Schools of Decatur kiddos, one at Fave, where I first fell in love with Ms. Newton Scott. And I am also the 2020-2021 Georgia Teacher of the Year. I serve on Fave's SLT as well, and I'm a former member of the Georgia School Board of Education. I'm coming tonight because of how much I love this district's commitment and vision for equity. Over 10 years ago, I chose this school, or the school district, for my own future children based on that, the transparency, this commitment to equity, and also because of its size. So that is exactly what brings me here tonight. Two issues around the ways that we can strive and really live up to that vision and be it. And Ms. Newton Scott could not have laid a better groundwork for the things that I want to talk to. Now more than ever before, as I work in the state policy realm of education, I can tell you that everyone is watching us. ESD is who people are looking at as a model of equity and progressive leadership. I want to address two things. One is about how we treat the discussion of current events in the classroom and how we manage that time, those discussions with staff and with students alike. You know, in Cobb County last year, we saw when outside current events and politics were attached to a student-led classroom discussion, the district school board spent millions on attorney fees, and they dismissed a celebrated educator even after a tribunal of hand-picked Cobb County principals advised otherwise. We are not so. We are not Cobb County. And I want us to lead with love, with understanding, and a focus on growth and collaboration. That's what we expect of our students. And I think that all leaders need to lead the way that they want their teachers to teach. I'm also here because of this nutrition plan policy. this change. I have a great appreciation for understanding that it is independently funded. However, if we're striving for equity, that absolutely has to be something that we're talking about. You know, today I'm a state teacher of the year and I have 2 degrees from the University of Chicago, but that wasn't always the case. I'm a daughter of a single mom who was a drug addict, frequently incarcerated, and chronically ill. I attended 9 different schools in my time. And even still, as an elementary child, I was filling out my free or reduced lunch application and trying to find my mom to beg her to sign it. We cannot put this on children. Handing a sandwich because their parents owe slightly more than $9 is not the path forward. So what I'm imploring you today is to consider children's needs for access to food security. I want you to have an investigation that really answers a couple of questions. The first of them being, what has the district done to assist families in actually applying for free or reduced lunch? Have we made home visits? Have we actually called home? The second is, what has this district done to collect on these accounts? More than an email. This can happen to your children. My own youngest is in the red right now. I co-parent with her dad. I provide meals for my kiddos. Their dad doesn't always. He needs to pay that. Is he capable of paying it? Yes, he is. That's not the case for all kids. We shouldn't publicly humiliate them or undernourish them with a cheese sandwich solely for that. If we really want to focus on equity, we have to think about what these subgroups need and how we're going to close those, not gaps, but how we're going to close that education debt. Every child deserves it.
The next speaker is Hassan Irier.
Thank you for speaking. My name is Hassan Irier. I'm a parent. I'm a resident in Oakhurst and have 2 kids in schools. As a CSD parent who has a kids district, I'm concerned that the school board is either failing or intentionally avoiding to address specific issues related to the punishment of a CSD equity staff member and banning of representation of Palestine as the model of the debate club. Both of these actions send an undeniable message of censorship and punishment for a particular viewpoint. Let's not repeat the mistakes this board made during the Dr. Didi's rocky tenure, in which the school board failed to hold the superintendent accountable or be transparent to the citizens of Decatur. The punishment of the CSD staff member due to sharing resources on Palestine was unfair and problematic. Such haste and lack of transparency by the district to punish the staff member for supporting Palestinian human rights makes us very concerned as parents. Many of us are now concerned that if our kids support a ceasefire or criticize the ongoing massacre of Palestinian civilians in the Gaza by the Israeli Defense Forces, or that if our kids choose to criticize or speak against the ongoing war in Gaza, they could be punished for their actions or could be labeled as anti-Semitic. The way in which the CSD equity staff member was suspended for that email sends a clear and chilling message to the entire community in Decatur that no one should criticize the actions of the Israeli government. If so, they will be punished or considered anti-Semitic. We as parents ask the school board to step in and acknowledge that there is currently ongoing censorship of pro-Palestine voices under the guise of anti-Semitism. And this is a false equivalency. Diversity of opinions should be encouraged, and I believe our equity department does that. Not punished. Remember, you are elected to represent parents and provide oversight in the school district. We need more transparency and accountability that is not influenced by political or lobbying groups. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
The next speaker is Philip Cuffey.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Philip Cuffey. I'm a resident of Decatur, proud parent of 2 graduates of Decatur High School, and co-chair of the Beacon Hill Black Alliance for Human Rights. I'm here this evening with a simple message. That is, we're taking equity seriously. Wanted to do the thing for all of our students, 5,700 that attend. We will make it strong, we will make it robust, and we will make it meaningful so that all students feel that they are seen, heard, respected, and seen as individuals who can engage with teachers and staff in a very meaningful way. I think it's important that, as the board, you accept your responsibility to not only meet the state standards, but also meet your community's needs for all those things that fall under the equity umbrella for all of our students, not just the Black and brown and students of color. What you're setting for these students will ultimately serve them the rest of their lives. They're introduced to what equity is at this stage. Potential for the future will look better for all of us. I want to specifically ask you to address the issues of, our students being seen, our students feeling valued, our students being heard. And it is what you do in terms of making the equity director position, coordinator's position, the entire staff in the equity department, making it really feel and serve our students in a way that is reaching its full potential. We just don't want a box checked as equity. We just don't want anything that appears to be window dressing. We want to see that equity is really centered in the CSD environment. That it is something that is board, as well as the staff, teachers, and in the community. So I leave you with this question. Engage in a very meaningful and purposeful way, an intentional way, all the benefits of equity in our education and in our community. Thank you for your time.
That was the last speaker listed. I will go back to the names that were said before. David Messer, Rachel Abrunine, Munira Sharif, then there was one more.
One of those was in Zoom, did they?
Right, it was Munira.
Okay. Okay. All right, we would like to thank all the speakers for taking time to be here tonight. As board members, it is important for us to hear,
Apologize, I signed up digitally.
That's what, I'm reading it, the digital names and the sign-in.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Lena Hamilton. I'm a veteran teacher with 24 years of service, 3 served here in City Schools of Decatur. I'm the Decatur High School's 2023-24 Teacher of the Year, recipient of the City Schools of Decatur Good Trouble Award, and 23-24 recipient of CSD's Extra Mile Award. I list these honors because before I speak, I wish for the community and the board, the children, education, and the community I serve. Today, I'm thinking about silence. Just recently, 2.5 years into my service here at DHS, I was taught the history of Trinity High School and was introduced to the wall. For those here who do not know, the wall is a demarcation of the space between what once was the whites-only Decatur High School campus and Trinity High School, the high school for the Black children of the city of Decatur. Now that I know the history, as I walk past that wall in my daily work at the high school, I'm compelled to think about silence and opportunity. Here is the truth. I stand here in 2024 as a teacher at Decatur High School because there were citizens who were brave enough to speak in the face of injustice. I owe my education, my opportunity, my vision for a more just world to those who were brave enough to speak out against the accepted status quo of the age and who pushed to demand dignity,
agency, and visibility for my community in the face of silence. Because of my history, a history of opportunity forged by those who spoke voice into my existence, I've watched our community in CSD first with dismay and more recently with growing fear. Are we truly content with silence? Here's the truth. City Schools of Decatur named its first educational pillar as equity. It is for this reason that I chose this district for my employment and for my own child's high school education. As an educator in a pluralistic democratic society, I expect to teach facts, to teach history, to teach uncomfortable truth, and to not bend. I expect to not limit knowledge building based on individual interests, to understand that critical thinking brings discomfort, and to look to excellence, which requires that I adhere to standards laid out by my state without censoring or avoiding difficult topics. This practice is not silence. I encourage the community to review the Georgia standards regarding world civilizations carefully. We are called to teach history and to teach truth, and yet we are being censored and silenced. This is a dangerous path to take. Who gets to decide where the silence ends? Why silence? Why did I come to you with this word? I believe that our silence in the face of global violence, our choice to champion the lives of some over the lives of others, to purposefully not mourn our dead children with equal weight of urgency and compassion is to silence. It is an erasure of personhood, erasure of voice, erasure of history. All of the silence that surrounds us is deafening. It is not without fear of reprisal that I'm breaking my silence, but I'm governed by truths that push me to speak. I will end my time with words that are my guide as an educator and human, words perhaps that push me to be recognized by this very board as one who will make trouble in the face of injustice. These are the words of Dr. King, words that inspired generations and shaped a nation. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. These are the words that compel me to speak. These words will not allow me to forget that all means all. Board, I beg you to join me. Break the silence.
Thank you. Okay. Now I'd like to thank all of the speakers for taking time to be here tonight. Thank you for pointing that out for me. As board members, it is important for us to hear the concerns from our community, and we take these comments into consideration. I do want to point out that in the assembly presentation is the calendar for 24-25. I went through that a little quick, I think, but it is presented in the assembly on page 51, and the board will share it publicly as well, probably in our board presentation there. Anything else before we move on to future dates? Okay. The next board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 20th at the Wilson Center. Again, we will follow this new board meeting cadence. We'll have our next community meeting on Wednesday, January 17th at Beacon Hill Middle School starting at 6:30 p.m. That is different from the date we had previously announced because we did not want to conflict with the state of the city, which we will be attending. The community meeting is this board's commitment to two-way conversations about our vision and our values. Topics such as budget, compensation, and student outcomes are on the agenda to be discussed. Excellent. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 6:54 p.m. Thank you.